our younger generation, you have a challenge now. So to articulate their world into our world, you guys. Also, as they prepare for the next panel, which will be through the eye of a buffalo. You guys can go ahead and get a copy and get ready. There's a panel. So the Foster Cornor Hogan, Joseph Glazing Wolf, Adam Hansen, Wild 12. Come up and prepare yourself to be questions to be answered.
Can I get a round of applause for the panel that just got done? Thank you. Some of them might be foreigners, but they're our friends, our allies too.
Yeah. We have to assimilate them in our world.
We're trying to decolonize them and assimilate them to Lakota society.
They'll be human beings.
Also, Monica Ravenhawk, you can come up on the World Wildlife Fund. All you have to do is log in and share.
Oh, I don't have to keep some.
Yeah.
And I also have the fees.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to do it now while they're preparing the panel, or you want to do it when everybody's listening? Okay, I'll call you up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Monica, are you here?
Okay, let's come back to order here. Get our panelists up here. Joseph, come on up.
Joseph and Foster is here. Foster. Also, Monica. Where's Monica?
Foster is here. Foster is present. Toshka, Joseph, come on up. Before we begin, I would like to ask for a song for the Tatanka Oyata.
As they prepare, I just remember that when they brought the tatankas, when I was in Germany, that guy was cutting around outside doing tatanka, 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 you know. It's amazing how they do those things out there. Bill and I were discussing something that was kind of interesting after the conference. You know, a lot of the like the Ogalas and the Hunkpapas, time to form and actually hold a treaty council meeting, a meeting where we can discuss and have action plans and vote on them. It's really interesting, and we do it here, but we need everybody to come together so and vote. Virgil said he's going to host the first one. Steak when we come there. When you feed us, I want steak. Corn on the cob and baked potato. Yeah. Bill said we shouldn't be eating beef, but apparently you guys are used to it too. So we're supposed to be eating buffalo. So you're going to be the first traditional treaty meeting. Everybody's going to ride a horse to your place, and we're going to eat nothing but buffalo. All right. I'll have a ride. Okay. What you need to do is just we'll go down the road, introduce yourself and what you do, and then
Well, good morning, everyone. Hamidaki Pichantu Washington Apichuzaplo. My name is Joseph Gazing Wolf. I'm from Standing Rock. I grew up in a little town called Bullhead, South Dakota. There are more bison than humans, and it's an honor to be with you all today and to speak in the presence of my chiefs and my elders. I ask for your forgiveness, and I'm honored and blessed to be with you. And we'll talk about buffalo today. So that's my favorite topic to talk about. So thank you for having me.
Madakiapi, Dayawachi Ankapi, na Dayaya Hipolo, Foster Kner Hogan Machiapi, Suchago Lakota, Chamaza Wakbala Mataha na Wana Makizida Wakba Elwati. Na Indian Collective El Wawashi Achamu na Bison Coordinator Hamacha. Chegla.
Good morning. My name is Adam Hansen. I'm the son of Lynn and Deb Hansen and great-grandson of George Levi Hansen. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, when I introduce myself, I just will share where I came from. I grew up in Crookston, Minnesota, outside of the small town in the Red River Valley. And spent the majority of my youth playing in the grasslands and listening to the grasses and the birds. There's no doubt that our ancestors have connected with each other throughout the history of my family moving into the area, as my great-great-grandfather George moved and spent some time in Pipestone, Minnesota, as well, on his way up to Crookston. Thank you for the invitation today to be here. My purpose is I'm here for all life, and thank you. And I'm here to assist Phil Twiegel, who's asked me to be here to present some information that all of us have been together on moving forward at Wild 12. So thank you. So with that, I'll dive in. I work with an organization called the Wild Foundation. One second. Of course, it's frozen. There we go. My computer froze. There we go.
with this. In the beginning.
There we go. There we go. Thank you. I work with Wild Foundation, and their mission is again to protect all life. And the Wild Foundation was invited by the Chichangu Treaty Council on behalf of the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council to convene the 12th World Wilderness Congress in the Black Hills, the Hisapa, last year. One second, my computer is not advancing. There we go. There's a lovely picture. So Phil invited invited Wild Foundation, who's the long-standing convener of the World Wilderness Congress. The World Wilderness Congress has been going on for 40 plus years, and it's hosted by heads of states all around the world. This was the 12th version of the World Wilderness Congress that happens every 4 years, and it was the first one hosted by an indigenous nation. Phil invited Wild 12 because he wanted the world to see and learn about the genocide that has occurred here and the genocide that continues to occur here. 700 people traveled from 32 countries to be here to learn about that. Many people presented throughout 5 days and some of the challenges that their communities face, and they listened to the challenges that other indigenous communities and global communities face around safeguarding the biodiversity and protecting all the life around them. At the end of the week, there was resolutions that were brought forth on how to assist one another to address some of these challenges. This photo here is at the end of the week after everyone signed a treaty for Unchimaka, a treaty to care and respect for all life on Earth. Before this treaty was signed, everyone voted on these resolutions. And one of the resolutions was through the eyes of the buffalo. This resolution was worked on over an entire year. And the reason I'm here to speak to it is because Phil asked me to facilitate a group of experts across indigenous communities to draft a declaration and a resolution that captures the essence of the challenges that the buffalo has faced and continues to face. So hence the title, Through the Eyes of the Buffalo. This resolution was guided by Tatewin Means, who could not be here today, and Christina Mormaruni, with a working group that was made up of people from ITBC, folks from Canada, former government officials in Mexico, experts in Mexico that study at universities and work with indigenous communities in Mexico as well. So I just want to take a moment to read some of the declaration and the resolution that was presented to many of you that are in the room today. There's a lot of familiar faces, and we voted on passing. And we may say, resolution is definitely, in my mind, a Western concept. It's written in English, trying to capture the essence and the heart of the traditional culture. It doesn't fully grasp that, but we do our best and recognize those challenges. But I'd like to read a little bit about that. So 1 second, I'm going to stop sharing and go to the resolution. So directly from the resolution, the world faces an unprecedented crisis. And I already mentioned that. That was why Phil invited people to the Black Hills. The genocide that occurred here and the genocide that continues to occur here, all the life that is being killed. This resolution recognized that at the heart of this crisis lies a fundamental breakdown in our relationships with ourselves, each other, and the natural world, all life. This resolution is based on Through the Eyes of the Buffalo Declaration, which is lengthier, 10 pages, which illuminates the challenges that we face and presents an opportunity for transformative change with a campaign and policy goals. By embracing and supporting Indigenous-led bison conservation, we can restore our relationship with nature and each other, drawing on the wisdom of the past, present forces, and a bold vision for a just and equitable future. What this resolution hopes to achieve So it says that to achieve the goal of at least 1 million wild bison on 100 million acres by 2050, and to further expand their numbers and range during the last half of the century, all relevant institutions, governments, and civil society in all sectors at all levels need to design and implement strategies that advance and demonstrate multi-jurisdictional partnerships for bison rematriation and stewardship. Need to support the Indian Buffalo Management Act, sustain and implement the United States Department of Interior's commitment to the Bison Conservation Initiative, engage in strategic international and transboundary agreements and collaborations to support continental scale restoration of bison, establish an expanded set of protected area strategies and designations that help define a more equitable and enduring set of 30 by 30 targets. You need to recognize and incentivize bison restoration as a nature-based solution. Increase and accept and increase the social acceptance and political will needed for scaled bison restoration. You need to establish durable funding mechanisms that reflect the ecological, cultural, and social value of continental buffalo restoration. Develop a strategy for conservation through reconciliation. Recognize the inherent responsibility of Indigenous peoples to steward buffalo and grasslands by honoring treaties and enforcing traditional territorial treaty boundaries. That's the call to action in the resolution. And so since that was voted on and adopted by many of you here in this room and many people from all around the world, we continue to inform people of this resolution and have throughout this year. There was a presentation in Baltimore in a room of maybe 300 people, in which Gwen Bridge, who's here with us today, Phil Two-Eagle, right here, Joseph Gazing Wolf, and Foster, who was hoping to be there but was unable to be there in person, presented, and Bob Newman, who's here, all presented on the importance of bison and grassland for all life. We have gentlemen come up to us after that presentation that shared some of the challenges of managing a herd of bison in Mexico. The herd started with 27 head that was given from the Ted Turner Foundation. Those bison came from Wind Cave population. They have since grown to 400, and they're over capacity. And so they came up to Phil and asked, how can we work together to support the buffalo? And we've been in communication since. There are some challenges at the border because of the screwworm epidemic that's happening. They've closed the transportation of wildlife in the southern border of the United States between Mexico and the U.S. We remain hopeful that in the future those restrictions will be lifted and there'll be opportunities to potentially gift back some of those buffalo to their home. But and with all of that, we have Joseph and Foster that are following up on some of their efforts personally and collectively for caring for buffalo, the management of buffalo, and following up on those objectives for the resolution. And Foster, so we kind of open up to Foster, and then Joseph, I know I've heard his presentation that he'll be sharing today and much more. We'll go to there. So Foster, over to you.
Some of the things that we've been doing on the ground, and in full transparency, I need to a refresher on the resolution. But starting my new role at Indian Collective this past year, you know, you've heard the term land back coined by our organization. And in the past, that's always been from the perspective of us as two-legged. But now, with this movement, this growing movement of bison restoration, now we're adding bison back to that, because these treaty territories is their homelands as well. And we can't live prosperously without them. And so bison restoration is very big on our agenda now within our new Bison Homelands initiative that I am very humbled and honored to be a part of. So more recently in those efforts, in urgent response to the SNAP epidemic crisis, I'll call it, we've launched a campaign called the Feed the People campaign. And in that campaign, we raised funds and used those funds to purchase bison meat to distribute to the Oyate up here in Miniluzaha, the ones that are in need of it. And we distributed over 5,000 pounds of bison meat, ground and stew. And in those boxes, we also provided simple recipes. Because in my experience of being an advocate and trying to get people excited about bison, we've lost that connection to them. People don't know how to cook with them, or they're not used to the taste. And so that's a big thing in and of itself, is shifting people's perspectives about bison. And so we provided simple recipes, contemporary, of course, to kind of meet them in the middle, and something that they could feed their families with that and not let it go to waste. So that's one effort. The next is going around and helping across the different reservations with traditional harvests, field harvests, and just trying to relearn what was lost. Learn from different Oshpaes, Tiwahes, Tioshpaes, what they know, and take record of that. Because once you have that experience of doing a buffalo harvest, getting your hands bloody, in my opinion, it's life-changing. You have a close, intimate relationship with the bison when you do a harvest. And that's the true definition of Indigenous food sovereignty. You know where your food comes from. And when you put the prayer and spirituality behind it, that pajuta goes into that food. It's no longer just commodities, it's a medicine. And so also relearning that, getting our people excited about harvesting. And I say this very humbly, and I know it was a joke earlier, but in my household, my fiance and I, we haven't had beef for over 9 months. It's been strictly buffalo or deer. And we've seen a shift in ourselves, more active, happier, more content. And that speaks volume to the thought that food is good medicine when you treat it as such. And you're healing yourself and your family by consuming healthy foods, our traditional foods. And that starts with buffalo, because that was our staple for our people. And I don't see her here, but Kunshi Faith, Spotted Eagle, she mentioned to me that in doing this work, it's really important to ask the Tatanka for forgiveness, because even though we might not have been the one that caused harm to them, we're still perpetuating some of that by treating them like cattle, by not consuming them, providing landscape for them to thrive on. You know, it's all consequence of assimilation and not treating them as relatives. And so I really appreciated that comment from her, because in doing this work, I always asked for permission to harvest, to bring medicine to the people, but I never thought to ask for forgiveness. And that's a big thing, because what happened to them is reflective of what happened to us as a people. Their lands were taken just as much as ours. Their populations declined just as much as ours. And we can resonate with that with them. So I think coming together to ask for that forgiveness as we move forward in this work, because it's super important, and to shift our mindset and to treat them as relatives as we continue moving forward. So those are just some of the things that we're doing. It's a lot of educating. It's a lot of meeting people in the middle who've never had that experience of a buffalo harvest or growing up, cutting bapa, eating tanega, cleaning it, etc. It's all learning and healing process. And that's more on the groundwork. And then moving towards policy reform, tribal law, etc. That in of itself is a whole battle, as you know, but it's one step at a time. But it really starts with getting our people excited about buffalo again, so they have something to care about. So they see them and get excited and feel empowered. And I'll say one last thing before passing it over. Just recently, I was asked to do a quick video, and jokingly I said, "Do you want some buffalo in the background?" And they're like, "Gee, not that sacred." I was like, "Well, yes or no, I can make it happen." And so I did. I went out to our game fish and parks herd, very fortunate enough to have relatives there that allowed me in. But in that process of being out there, I felt better. I'm gonna start calling it bison therapy, because when you're around them, you feel different. You feel empowered. You feel that spiritual connection as you're surrounded by them. Granted, I was pretty close, probably too close, but it was still a good feeling. All my stress, all that weight I was bearing from the day-to-day life kind of settled. And I felt good to move on to the next day, to the next week. And so our people need to see the buffalo roam. They don't need to see them in feedlots, in confinement. They need to see them free so they can see themselves being free once again. And I'll end there and pass it over to Joseph. Pilamea.
We also have Monica Radlinghawk joining us today from the World Wildlife Fund. Thank you. We are also live at the Rosebud Sioux Tribe YouTube channel, and also posted that to Facebook. So look for us there and share with your relatives.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for those beautiful words. Very reinforcing and spiritually uplifting. My name is Joseph Gazing Wolf. I always say I'm a nobody from nowhere. I've always been on the boots on the ground. I've never been a leader of any kind. I've just followed buffalo for a long time, and so it's a little intimidating for me to be in the presence of my chiefs and my elders here. And so I ask you to please correct me if I say anything wrong today. I look to you to teach me and to guide me. So. What I'm going to do today is just share some of the things that I've learned over the course of about 30 years of following buffalo across the landscape, across our prairies here in the north. I've worked across North and South Dakota at Standing Rock and Pine Ridge. And then I've worked in Ranchester, Wyoming on a 2 million acre property there with Bison, and Wyoming and Montana. And then most recently, I managed the largest nature conservancy bison herd, which is on the Osage Nation in Oklahoma. I hold a lot of fancy titles, which mean nothing, but they're fancy titles nonetheless. The most important titles to me is being your son, being your brother, being being your uncle. But I do hold the white man's titles, and I hold the white man's degrees. So I have a PhD and several master's degrees as well. Again, all of which are meaningless because it's our knowledge that matters. So I begin by honoring those who've taught me, those who've given me birth and life, and have allowed me and my people to live through their example, our warriors, and the great warrior kicks iron, or as I like to call him, the real Iron Man. There in the middle, from whom my father descends. And of course, Tatanka Oyate, I've probably spent at least as much time with buffalo as I have with humans. So I always say I'm part buffalo in some ways. They've taught me a great deal. And so this is the spirit and the lessons that I bring today. What I share today is from them and from my ancestors and my elders. So. I don't need to show this screen to you guys, definitely not in this room. I do when I teach in other contexts where some people do some foolish things. So yeah, you all know this stuff. So a little bit of background, like I said, I've worked across the Great Plains. I've worked in farming as a regenerative farmer, as an indigenous farmer, a real farmer. I've worked cattle as well, and I've worked across about 32 states today. And so mostly in the Northern Plains, mostly living in tents, being a range rider, if you know what that is, basically living out of a tent, following the buffalo across the landscape and pitching a tent, making fire, living under a big sky country, and living on the back of a horse. And the other thing I've done most of my life is pass that on to younger generations. So I've always taken youth out to teach across various landscapes, to teach them about buffalo, about our traditions and our history. So I'm gonna be presenting several lessons that I've learned from buffalo over the years, again, I look to you to guide me if you think I'm mistaken about anything that I say today. The first thing being that you can't cage a free spirit. This becomes very obvious if you ever try to cage buffalo. You learn very quickly they're not ones that you can cage. The buffalo do roam, as my brother said, and they need to roam once again, and that's because that's their way of life. So as a foolish human, I've built a lot of cages for animals, just because you often have to under the artificial conditions that we live under today. And including chicken tractors and many other things. But when you try to put buffalo in a cage, unfortunately, I've worked buffalo more for Washichu than for our people. And that's partly because I tried many times to butt heads with our government back home at Standing Rock to expand our herd and try to feed our people and restore a buffalo economy. And that has gotten nowhere. And so unfortunately, I've worked more for others than I have for my own people. But this is the way that this is not our traditional way that you're going to see in this video. We don't cage buffalo to do these kinds of things. But here's what happens when you try to cage a buffalo anyways.
How's it going? Here she comes.
So that's my big boy voice when a matriarch is coming at you. That's my big man voice right there. One of the things I learned from that experience is don't stand in the way of a matriarch that's determined. She'll run you right over. We need to bring back our warrior societies. The Akashita, one of the many blessings I've had in this life is that I had a Japanese sensei, an Okinawan gentleman by the name of Fumio Demura, who was like a father to me for 25 years. I lived with him in Japan for a couple of years, trained with him for 25 years, and he wasn't just my sensei. He's also what his students refer to as the real Mr. Miyagi. He was the guy who, if you've ever watched the old what are they called? The Karate Kid movies. He's the guy who does all the karate moves, and he's also the guy that the character of Mr. Miyagi is based on. Anyway, he's Indigenous Japanese, and he's, like I said, he was like a father to me, but he was also the teacher of many people that you probably recognize on the screen here, including Bruce Lee. So all the Bruce Lee's nunchuck moves, everything Bruce Lee knew about nunchucks comes from Demura Sensei. All of that to say, you might recognize this next quote, which comes from a poem that I wrote when I was a teenager. My grandfather, Victor, my Lakota grandfather, Victor, he was a poet. And so early on in life, when he was raising me, he taught me to write poetry. And so I wrote this, and then Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee, used it in a movie, in one of his movies. Unfortunately, it was also the movie that killed him. He was shot in the movie accidentally. We have a teaching amongst our people that tell us how we know if we're doing well as a people or if not. So the buffalo teach us that. The buffalo teach us how important the feminine is, how sacred the feminine is, and what it means to us and to our lives. And of course, like good mothers, they're very patient with rowdy children like myself. So. And then they also teach us just simply by how they walk on the land. They're a matriarchal people, and so the women lead. The men have very important roles, but they often follow and they protect. And so by their nature, men are protectors. The men in this tribe are protectors, and they protect the women and the children. So my Lakota teacher, Sandra Black Bear, when she taught me about this expression, Mitakyo Yasen, which we use in our prayers, she says, every time the elders hear somebody say that, they grind their teeth a little bit, because our words aren't just words, they bring realities into being, right? And so when we say that we're all one, we're all related, that places a huge responsibility on us as people to live that out and what that looks like. And of course, the buffalo live that out simply by their nature. So there's been I think ecologists have documented something like 150 something species that rely on the buffalo for their life cycle. So without the buffalo, many other tribes don't do well. And so there's interconnection, and my good brother Bob Newman talked about this earlier, but there's a deep connection between them and the prairie dog. Prairie dogs, when they graze down the grasses, new growth comes up, which is very palatable. It's delicious. It's like candy for the buffalo, and so the buffalo come and graze there. And when they do, they naturally scare off all the predators of the prairie dog, right? So just by their sheer size. So it's a beautiful relationship that takes place between them and so many other relatives. And Pisvizo Oyate, of course, the Prairie Dog Nation, they have a lot to teach us as well, and I've written a little bit about them. But I've studied them as an ecologist, but also on the land, living on the land with them, and they too support the life of many, many different species. So we've documented, again, over 100+ different species that use the same burrows that the prairie dogs use. And so many, like burrowing owls and others, that really rely on Pisvizo Oyate for their life. And of course, what we don't typically see, because we don't look close enough, but when you live on the land, as many of us have, you see many other relatives that are allowed to live and allowed to have habitat precisely because the buffalo is there. And so buffalo don't graze like cattle do. They don't graze on like shrubs and subshrubs, plants that have broad leaves instead of grasses. They only graze on the grasses. And what that does is it allows these other plants to survive and to live. And when that happens, it produces food. It allows for food and shelter for other animals. And of course, the dung beetles use buffalo dung as farmers. They're one of the very first farmers on planet Earth. We can also see that in how we treat one another, right? And so I've worked in many different communities across about 4 continents and with about 23 tribal nations abroad and about 60 tribal nations here in Turtle Island. And so every community I work with, I bring the youth out. You're not allowed to go play on your phone. You have to be here. You have to work the land yourself. You have to restore your own food system. You have to be part of this. I recently gave a talk to about 23 tribal nations in Oklahoma, and I talked about harnessing the wisdom of all of our relatives, because it's important that we understand, like my brother said earlier, that, you know, our knowledge isn't just our knowledge, right? Restoration isn't just restoration of our people, but of all tribes and nations. And of course, we have wonderful examples of the Three Sisters and many others. And so as a tribal bison rancher, as a native bison rancher, I'm always thinking about the entire picture of interconnectedness of knowledge, right? So I'm not just thinking about throwing bison out on the land and then say, okay, we're done, we did our job. There's a lot to think about in terms of cultural significance and how we practice our traditional ways. How does the meat benefit our people? How does the bison on the ground benefit our people? How does it benefit our freedom and our self-governance? Right, economics, etc. Right, things that my Uncle Phil talks about. Okay, another lesson I've learned is that it takes a tribe and a unity among tribes. And so the way that buffalo move across the landscape, if you notice, is that there aren't really distinct tribes. There are clans and families that move across the landscape in very randomized ways. And some members will cross clans and join this clan and go over here and go over there. And so much like we lived in the pre-colonial era. And so they move so randomly across the landscape, they never overgraze the grasses. They don't stay in one place long enough to destroy the land like cattle do. So the other thing is a tribe is always organized. So one of the things that I like to highlight in this image, by the way, I'm on horseback. Do not ever do this. Do not ever do this. I'm on horseback. I lived with this tribe for a long time. All the matriarchs are up front, if you notice. So all the matriarchs are up front. This one here is kind of sizing me up. Is he a danger? Is he a friend? What are you doing here, right? But notice right behind her to the left there is a very large male. And if she gives him the signal, if she determines I'm a danger and gives him the signal, he's going to come rushing right at me and my horse, and we're both dead. So there's a very organized structure that people don't see when they're looking at a herd. The females decide when the tribe rests, when it gets up and moves, etc. The other thing that I've learned, because I practice traditional fire with bison and fire always have to go together. Again, restoring our knowledge in its entirety is very important. So one of the things I've learned from buffalo, from their tracks, is that when you have a great disturbance, right? Fire is what we call in ecological terms a disturbance. And when you have a great disturbance, sometimes it teaches you a very important lesson. And so for us people, for our people here, that you know what that great disturbance is. You've been talking about it for the past couple of days. And when a great disturbance comes through and causes, you know, upheaval and tumultuous activities, sometimes we see that we've all been on the same path, right? So this is, you see these paths, the buffalo paths here, and what you see is that they deviate from each other sometimes and come back together sometimes and then deviate again. And many times as humans, if I'm different from you, we're always looking for the difference. We're always looking how do we divide amongst each other, right? I'm man, you're woman. I'm Lakota, you're whatever. I'm whatever, you're whatever, right? But if what the buffalo teaches is that as long as we're all heading in the same direction, it's okay if we deviate from each other a little bit, right? It's okay if we take different paths as long as we're all heading in the same direction. So as long as we're all trying to restore our people, our language, our culture, our history, our food, right? As long as we're all moving in that direction, we might take different paths to get there, and we shouldn't see each other as any kind of an enemy or a competition or anything like that. And one of the things you learn when you work buffalo for a long time is whenever we do roundup, which again is not something that we did traditionally, but whenever we do roundup, I always count on the fact that there's going to be stray males. It's always males because they're hard-headed. There's always going to be stray males that are left out on the landscape and that haven't come together with the rest of the tribe. And one of the things that I've learned from the males too is that when you stress them enough, they realize how important community is and they still come together. And so these are all males here that I'm finally, like this is at the end of the roundup season, and I'm chasing them, and it's when I scare them enough that they realize, oh, wait, we have power in numbers. We need to come together. But the women realize that really early on. And so they stay with the herd. And so it's very easy to round them up. And along that point, resilience is only possible in community. I can say, you know, we either we fall apart alone or we rise together. So it's our choice. If we continue to divide, we'll find no good path forward if we do that. And the Bison teach us that if we stay together, we can face anything. Elders lead by example, youth are nurtured and then empowered. That's very clear from the buffalo, and it's been a story of mine following my grandfather Victor on the landscape, who's one of the last range riders. Unfortunately, we've become a dying breed, and so I had to sell my soul to the devil and go to school. But I would still be out on the landscape on horseback if it was up to me. So following my grandfather Victor and learning from him, and then taking everything that my elders have taught me, Mr. John Gozen Center, Ione Quigley, and many of my elders, and then elders from other communities. And so now today I get to work with elders from many different communities across Turtle Island, but also across the world. From the Ute people and the Pueblo people and others, and it's their teaching that allows me to then take that teaching out into the world and let people know what Lakota people are, right? So I've worked across 4 continents, as I mentioned, and when I go visit with Indigenous people abroad, it's always in service. And so I go and I use my skills as a carpenter, as a welder, etc., to build homes for single moms and families living in poverty, or to build community centers like the building here. And I always take wonderful allies and community members with me. And so all of these people are volunteering their time to go build homes for these children, Indigenous children that live in poverty, because Indigenous people all across the world have experienced the same damn story that we've experienced here. And that's the thing you learn when you do this kind of work. But everybody starts to know what Lakota is. Everybody starts to know who we are, because it's your teachings that empower me to go forward and move into the world that way. Right? And so I work in the Amazon, for example, with Quechua women. All right. I work in the Amazon with these Quechua women who are protecting their forests from Shell and Chevron and other mining and oil companies that come in and completely destroy the forests to drill for oil. I am taking up way too much time, so please let me know when you need me to stop. So the wise and the fool will be known by their works, by their ways. And so this is the largest herd I've ever managed, about 3,000 head in Oklahoma. But I like this picture because it gives me an image of what maybe our ancestors saw when they looked at the landscape, right? It's a beautiful vision, but you'll know the fool by his works as well. And so the range that Bison once had has been whittled down to almost nothing. And of course, it was for all the reasons you already know. I don't need to tell you about any of this. You know, for economic gain and subjugation of our people, etc. I'm also not going to show you this fool and what fools do. Many more elements of foolishness that you'll see across. You want to see the video? Yeah. Drunk idiot. Yeah. So you'll see a lot of this foolishness across the landscape in terms of one of the things that I'm sure most of the people in this room already know about, but many others don't, is when we drill for oil, we also suck up salt water out of the earth, and then they spill it all across the prairie. And what that does is it destroys the soil. It kills the soil entirely, so nothing can ever grow again. You have to, you can't remediate that soil anymore. You have to literally take it out of the earth and bring in new soil at that point. And so drilling for oil is a very, very, very foolish thing to do. And of course, there's much history, like Wendell mentioned earlier. We have to learn the history of the white man, because what you'll learn with Washishu is that you'll have to teach them about their own history. I oftentimes have to teach the folks that I'm surrounded by about their own history, their own science, etc., before I dismantle it for them, before I tell them how much of a lie it is and how foolish it is. On the other hand, we can use our talents. So this is Cherokee Elder Harvey, who uses his talents to kind of show the beauty of the landscape when it's managed by Indigenous people. And of course, we have brothers and sisters who have organizations and run organizations that do good work. I think we just have to be careful in doing that work not to sell ourselves to those who provide us with the finances and other means to do the work that we need to. We have to maintain our values as we're doing that work. And I think sometimes we fail in doing that. Resilient and resistant by nature. And so the buffalo doesn't have to think about being ecologically friendly. It just lives that way. It is that. And so the way that they live by creating these wallows, for example, we've studied these as ecologists, and they're incredible biodiversity hotspots. So all those little divots you see there provide habitat for many different animals and relatives. And then the plant communities around them are far more biodiverse than elsewhere. And part of the reason that they're that way is they're designed that way by the creator. So their tongue is like your finger. So it's so precise that you can have a cactus right here and grass all around the cactus, and their tongue will go like a lawnmower, like one of those edgers. It'll go around the cactus without touching it and take every single blade of grass right next to the cactus. So they're just designed for that. And there are many things that we know about the buffalo. I get into very heated debates with so-called Western ecologists about the superiority of buffalo over cattle on prairie lands. And I've been in rooms like this with hundreds of people who are all white ecologists, and just got into a debate with them about the superiority of buffalo. And they have no chance. They have no chance. I tear them up every time, because you just how you can possibly compare cattle with buffalo. I don't know how you can be an ecologist and do that. I was recently interviewed by NPR. There's a study that came out at the Kanza Prairie in Kansas, where they had 29 years of data, and they wanted an indigenous ecologist to interview about this study. And the lady who started interviewing me, she's like, she clearly thought I was going to give her the same response that all the white scholars that she interviewed gave her, because to them 29 years of data is a lifetime. It's huge. And she said, well, aren't you excited about the study? And I was like, yeah, good for them. And she's like, what do you mean good for them? And I said, well, my people have 29,000 years of data, and we've already known. So it's nice that the white man is catching up after, with his 29 years of data. That's lovely. But I'm not, if you want me to get excited, yay. I don't know what you want from me, but, it's something I've been saying for a very long time, and that people have been saying for thousands of years. So I'm glad you're catching up. And so we see a high biodiversity wherever buffalo roam. And it's important to also know and to remember and to teach each other that diversity is not just important to us, it's also sacred, right? Freedom is a habit, not empty words. And so we can see a whole lot of empty words about liberty and freedom from the fool. and his face on our sacred lands. And the great white chief. This, by the way, is not from any book I wrote or any Indigenous person wrote. This is at Benjamin Franklin's house. This is a plaque at Benjamin, written by white people for white people. It says Washington used to take his slaves, because in Pennsylvania, after 6 months, if you were a black slave, you immediately received freedom. Washington would wait 5 months and 29 days, take his slaves across the border and bring them back in to reset the time. That's the great white chief. Okay. So what does freedom look like? Freedom looks like empowering our youth and nurturing them. Like I said, I've worked all across the world, from Mexico to Guatemala to Japan to Peru, etc., to advocate for all our people across the world there. I've worked at Oglala Lakota College to teach and to work with the matriarchs and leaders who run that place. I've taken our youth out to serve, for example, in the Badlands, to build steps for elders so that they can access medicinal plants, et cetera, et cetera. So freedom is always a habit, and it's always how we live. They're not empty words. From Egypt to Palestine, where there's currently a genocide going on that very much reflects ours. I've been to these places. I've worked with these people. I've cried with them. I've played with them. Animals, same thing. So animals that are in danger or harassed or neglected. The buffalo teach us how to resist, and ultimately how to overthrow tyranny. And so I was also at I'm half Egyptian, half Lakota, so I was with my people in Egypt when the revolution in 2011 took place. Okay. I think I'm going to stop here because I'm talking too much. So I'll stop here, and then if you have questions, we'll address them. But there's some other important points that we can make, but we'll move on. Thank you.
Yeah, I got a question. Thank you, Marcella. My name's Claude Tokala Tuelk. I'm concerned about the presentations that we've been listening to, and I appreciate Georgia Crystal Tubal's her presentation and what she's doing. And my concern is the radiation of all these so-called chemicals or whatever that's causing radiation, how it's affecting the water, and how the consumers, the vegetation and the animals that are exposed to radiation, how long does that radiation, I watched a video on these microwave ovens, how much radiation goes through the food when you cook it and then you swallow it, and how far down it goes, and how that radiation is affecting your whole system. So, I said in this prayer this morning is that that the buffalo has been here for a long time and has been exposed to radiation, and how they've developed I don't know what the proper term is, antibodies of how the body fights radiation, and how what we need to do as Lakota people is like you're saying, is to regain the taste and the texture and everything that goes with the medicine that the grandfathers have already told us that they're helping us and we're helping them live. So I don't know if you know anything about that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ed, Tushka, can I follow up on that real quick? I think my Tanshi Virgil, Taken Alive, wants me to tell you that we have a treaty with the Chiapas government, Mr. Shugamani Tuthanka Awichayuta Humpi. We have a treaty with Chiapas government to trade buffalo It's a living organic document that's still alive. But I'd like to speak with you more on it before too long. I was a director for Parks Recreation. In Kyle, we ran 1,400 head of buffalo. So we understand what you're talking about, and we have some other things we can attribute to the knowledge, survival, and the ecological restoration of Tratranka. So our organization, Takushkanshka Wasagaleapi, has a part of it is called GIFTS, Global Institute for Traditional Science. And we're working on things like this. We've proven that horse has been connected to human remains that goes back almost 32,000 years. She done her paper and we won a global award from it called Newman Fellowship, Newman anyway, I can't remember. It's global honoring recognition for what we won whenever we presented. Wendell knows about that. But in that buffalo process, the connection to our people is really interesting, and I learned that from being a director of our parks that ran a lot of buffalo. So I wanted to share that with you, but we have a treaty with Chiapas to trade buffalo at this time. Let's use it. I wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Let's answer Claude's question first.
Okay. Are you gonna answer it? Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Kapi le katraki wala kapi yung ka na oyate hina lila katranka na wachuyapi wale hana jepiki le heche lila waza trankika heche oyapi na heche na katranka ki hina lila wachiki onipi Chake na wopila tranke hechaelo.
How?
I'd like to say that, say thank you for talking about the buffalo. And we know the history of our buffalo, and for us right now, we are having a hard time in our territories because what happened to the buffalo. The buffalo is the main part of our ceremonies and our spiritual food and medicine, good medicine to our bodies. But today, we have a lot of big sicknesses because what happened to us, eating commodities and everything else. But, we talked about back in the right to Wounded Knee, and when we all went through that, where our bodies, even me, I became diabetic. But I went back to the buffalo, and now, utilizing that buffalo meat and good medicine to bring my sugar level back down. But since in our time here, we see that buffalo come back to our people, and it's very good. But we've been asking people in prayers for the horses and the buffalo to bring back to our sacred lands, and our elders talk about that. Long time ago, the buffalo we live in a cycle of life here. And we pray to the Buffalo Nation, the Horse Nation, to bring the thunder, the Wakia, back to our Uchimaka, to bring health and healing. And finally, a few years back, the first week in November is called National Bison Day. So we try to promote that day, but there's not hardly any interest because of the way that we live today. You know, it's just. But what I like to say is that we want you guys to help us promote National Bison Day. And there's a lot of good people today that talk about the buffalo, utilizing every part of the buffalo. And we want those words to be heard to the Katia Topa. So, but I like to bring the buffalo back to our people, and because we got to make changes, and because that even the way the environment is, like the elders said a long time ago, you know, they wiped the buffalo out and they plowed the fields, and all of our fields, it's all chemicals being sprayed, and we're breathing that, where it used to be buffalo grass. And I really strongly support you guys and all people for bringing that thunder beings back and good medicine. Oh, Metakas.
Oh. Go ahead.
Could you hold on? We still haven't answered Claude's question. I'll ask one of the panel members to take it up.
Thank you. Claude's question was in response to Crystal Tubol's presentation, in which she was informing the community about the impacts of high frequency data centers and the ongoing effort of the 5 large corporations of coming to indigenous communities and using non-disclosure agreements to expedite the process for tribal communities to agree to having data centers on the territories. And the impacts of those data centers, specifically the radiation that Claude was mentioning in his question, and how that would impact buffalo. Claude, is that correct? Am I following correctly?
Grab the microphone, Claude.
Yeah. I feel for the people. We have a lot of relatives that are dying of cancer. And the extreme dosage, I studied genetics for a while when I was getting a master's in psychology in my first undergrad. We had to get that done to complete a major in psychology. And I became aware that exposure to radiation creates the chromosomes to split. So it's affecting life, that too much exposure, babies are going to come out disformed and have other handicaps that is going to affect our people. So my theory of what our grandfathers have taught us and what we communicated with our grandfather, the Tatanka Oyate, that greeted us into this new world, and for us to survive by this grandfather called a Tatanka, and how we become resilient to a lot of viruses and other diseases by eating our relative and living everything that he's given to us. So this energy that I'm talking about, does it go down the food chain and how it's affecting other relatives that might be exposed to radiation? How long is radiation going to, because we're getting the overflow from the Black Hills, from the drillings that's coming through the water, and we're drinking the water, and we know, and we become aware of the cattle that's dying, the horses are dying. What's causing the death of these four-legged relatives that drink the same water we're drinking, and the amount of cancer amongst our reservations? And I believe if we eat the buffalo, we develop an antivirus or some type of antibody that's going to protect our people. We need to set aside the beef. The beef, I believe, that once used to roam and be healthy in Europe, turned into a cow. And the cow has no respect for life. And they brought that across, and we're consuming it. And now the livestock people they're putting that higher than the buffalo. The buffalo, we just got done talking about this biodiversity of how the buffalo is recreating the good health to other relatives. The prairie dogs, the insects, the birds, the plants. We need to understand that concept and to walk forward with that teaching, because it's been with us for all these years. But today we need to have A1 sauce and 57 sauce and mustard, and we're creating all kinds of stuff to divert the taste of our grandfathers. So I love life. I pray for all our young people to live. I pray for our Wakajika and Wakampi. We have to believe that energy of a sacred energy, and we need to, as a whole, as a Oceti Sakowin, work together to help the healing of our people. So I'm really concerned with this radiation, because even the cell phones are producing radiation. And it's every time they bump it up from a 4 to a 5, it's affecting cancer. Cancer's coming into us without being told how much radiation is being exposed to our people. How many of our young people sit with these radiation-causing toys that we're buying, paying a lot of money for, and it's killing us through cancer. We need to be aware of it. We need to be told how much radiation these toys are causing cancer. So I say these in a loving way, and I love you all, because I love life. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more person before, I'd rather have a talk before.
Hold on, Wendell, we have a question from, remember earlier, from Rick Two Dogs, who's online.
Okay. Rick, can you?
Ja, we kunnen zapta sam yamani wayan we chu yap. Na taku iwogla kabrana hena hechetu. De wonchun kabekta khok chapin. Makoche el onyo pihena makoche ki hekta ke ha ogna ki grapi na ta zintkala na is omakashka na pheji na pejuta wahutka hena hekta ke aku na makakile ekash yutrokja hekta ke yuwash akap na dokyo peach api hechetu mis antiosh by ogna o peach api na de honey Chasa ki dokil onyo piki he ayopria isha o peach apikar. So I just wanted to mention that my family, my Tioshpai, raised buffalo. We have about maybe 55, 56 head, and they do change the environment. My granddaughter is got a degree from environmental science from a college in California. And she studied the soil and she saw how where these buffalo lived, they replenished the soil. And they also, a lot of animals came back, and a lot of the plants and a lot of the medicines, the wahudka, the roots, came back. And there's even an owl that burrows in the earth. It lives in prairie dog towns. They have long legs. They're little owls that live under the ground. Makotipi. And here, they said they're extinct, and here there's one out there. But I'm not going to tell where it's at, because all kinds of scientists are going to come and probably take it somewhere to a university or something. So just like our people had to go underground, we got to go underground too with our knowledge. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that and then say that what the young man talked about, how they conserve the environment, is really true. They don't overgraze. One of the things we run into though is we kind of bump heads with the local ranchers. We're in competition with land to lease with them, and I know they gotta make their living too. And but one of the things that we have to change is our grazing laws, because these Pteroyate don't overgraze the land. You could put 50 head on so much acre of land and they're not going to overgraze it. But yet, if you put the same number of cows on that same acre of land, they're going to overgraze it. They're going to eat it down to dust. They even eat the roots. So our organization is called Mida Yatapika Pte Oyate Okolakiche, Knife Chief Buffalo Nation. And so we work with them and we use them for ceremonies. We don't sell them. We're not a commercial business. One of the ceremonies we go through with them is the Wichasha Ihuni ceremony. When a young man's voice changes, then he goes on his first kill, buffalo kill. More modern days, it was a taksha. And they get ready for 4 days, and then they go on this hunt. And then what they do is we either use the meat for the sun dances, or they donate it to an organization, or they donate it to elders. So sometimes we have public meals for the people. After one of the otaki gosuris, this young man. So it's a teaching tool for us. And we've had people come and we did presentations for them. So there's a lot of potential for that. But I just wanted to mention that people are working with the buffalo, replenishing the land through it. Anybody that's ever raised or worked with buffalo know that they replenish the land. So I just wanted to put that in there, and I wanted to ask a question about the first day. No, I'm just kidding.
Wendell, we need to close here and go to dinner. I think our relatives are hungry. So,
Can I ask a real quick question, Phil?
sure.
I just want to say thank you to everybody and all the valuable information, especially the information from the elders from the communities. But I was on Adam's presentation, and he was talking about the resolution that was created at the WILD conference. And I was just taking a look at it and reading it. And so is that, I guess I didn't understand what was being presented there. Are we being asked to reaffirm that resolution? Or is that resolution being presented, or what's going on with that? Because there are a couple points in there in sections E, F, and H that I kind of have concerns about. Because in one of them, it says, talks about carbon credit, and it's saying carbon credit offsets for Buffalo. I was just wondering if that was more finely defined, because are we putting our relatives, the Buffalo, as a solution for companies to go ahead and use them to continue to destroy the lands that they already are destroying? And because we have so many people that are human rights activists, that are environmental activists, every one of us stood up against energy transfer. We all were participating in Dakota Rural Action and Standing Rock. And if we weren't there, we were still there. You know what I mean? And so there's stuff that, as individuals, we're protecting the lands and our people. Are we going to, how are we going to define that carbon offsets to ensure that we're not going to be hurting our relatives, the Buffalo, and in turn ourselves?
Thank you, Paula. You may, are you referring to the declaration or the resolution?
I was referring to the resolution, and then in down below in the sections, E, it says resolve to achieve the goal of at least 1 million wild bison, and then it goes on, and then it has certain points, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and in recognizing it's talking about funding and incentives and credits and taxes and this kind of stuff. In E, it says establish expanded set of protected area strategies, and it goes on a little bit. And then F is recognizing and incentivize bison restoration. And then it kind of talks about carbon credit offsets, and then establish durable funding mechanisms. I was just questioning that, because we're referring to the bison as our relatives, but yet we're still tying them to funding sources.
Yes, and I don't directly see any reference to carbon credits. That might be a generalization under incentivize, but F,
Okay.
I read F as recognize and incentivize bison restoration as a nature-based solution. And so there's no mention of carbon credits
Okay.
directly, but we should definitely discuss.
Yeah, why don't
like
we
the
discuss it
declaration.
later?
Yes, I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I add something real quick to that? Because it's an extremely important point. Thank you for raising that very important point, which we tend to skip over, because people are getting really excited about bison and reintroducing bison, but unless it's led by our traditional chiefs and elders, We're going to see a lot more bison in feedlots, standing in their own dung up to their knees. And unfortunately, there are a lot of folks who are trying to do good, a lot of intertribal agencies that deal with buffalo who are trying to do good, but they're using all the frameworks that are not our frameworks. And so I've been at certain meetings with these intertribal buffalo councils and other agencies like that who refer to buffalo as a product. And if you refer to my sacred relative as a product, you and I are on very different worlds. We live in very different worlds. And I've had to walk out from those meetings, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. We want the buffalo, like everybody on the panel was saying, how important it is to our culture and that we are the Buffalo Nation. That is our key to restorative health and restorative, so much in our culture, yet we're allowing these people to say they're a product. That's kind of and monetizing that in that framework. So thank you for saying that. Thank you.
Okay, Wendell, let's have a meal prayer and have a meal. This will conclude this session. Thank you, everybody.
Tashi, could I borrow your A1 sauce? Yeah. Hamitake pia ake ocheke wa yathoka hena tunkashla ke ahani hena makha kamani. The grandfathers that walked on earth for many years, way before we came into this world. And the awareness of life, the sustaining energy of life, and how we sustain these teachings. Tuktekta hana yohamani makase domnia hana wotakyo kelana wo ableze yohapi. They understood the sacred energy of life, and they worked together in unity to help our young people and those that are still coming, to appease those who used to walk on Mother Earth for many years. We want to thank our Earth Mother for giving us life, for Atewi, for giving the energy of love, for all green things to grow, for all these living energies that have to live off the green things, and also the giver of life to another grandfather, the water, many. I thank you for allowing me to say this prayer for all of our people and our children, so that we have no more handicaps, no more cancer that's killing our people. Zania mani pikte chon kapo. Hochono pakeha wakakeha. Oyak obinka wopela chichapala. Homitakasu. Thank you.
Drum group, give us a song as we go to lunch. Thank you.
All right, go eat.
Hey, good apple. Just, follow Wendell. He knows where it's at. Wendell, show them where the food's at.
Go eat. It's in front.
And, don't run. I need, two, young ladies to volunteer behind the table here. Can you come and help? Two young ladies.
of the Buffalo Treaty that really has a board of directors and does all the fundraising and assist in that, has accepted our challenge to bring it here. And so I bring it forward to all of the people here in your respective Native nations that you belong to, and say that we would really want to bring the Buffalo Treaty here to the Black Hills in October of 2026. So it's coming around the corner really fast. I work with the World Wildlife Fund, and, you know, as the presentations were presented prior to me, boy, I wanted to jump in and share just as much as I could, but, you know, World Wildlife Fund I work with, and I have been the one that has asked to bring this forward. But I don't want it to be us, and I say us as World Wildlife Fund. I don't want it to be World Wildlife Fund that is hosting this meeting. I want it to be our Native nations. I want it to be the tribes that bring it forward and host it. And with saying that, I'm not saying I want you to do all of the work and stuff. As I said, I will work my hind end off for this. I will help do all the fundraising. I will help do the coordinating and stuff, but I really want our tribes here in South Dakota, North Dakota, all of the areas to, one, become signatories, and two, to be the ones to host this next Buffalo Treaty gathering here in the hills. With that said, you know, I think that we have a lot to offer. A lot of ceremonies would need to be done and stuff, and so that's where I really seek your help in advancing this and moving it forward. So with that, I thank you for listening and allowing me this time to share this. And I had my information on the PowerPoint, which I didn't put up, but I'll be around, and if anybody has any questions or needs more information or is willing to guide me and share knowledge with me, whatever, I'll be around. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay. We fed you. And we gave you water. So in the next panel that we're gonna bring up,
we're behind schedule, so
Yeah.
we'll try to keep moving.
So panel will be on water, climate, justice, and land back. So you got Waziapa, Little L. Garrett, Bart Robinson, Mason, Grimshaw, and Doug Cluck. Come up. We're waiting for you. Grab a seat, and
I want to let you know that there's some very important information that's coming through this session. I mean, not the others are not important, but whether Mason here has he's one of our Sichonko members, highly technical, and you have to see this. So put your seatbelts on, and we're going to go 100 miles an hour.
I was telling I always attend meetings, so I always tell my I'm gonna change my name, always late, you know, so. Yeah, that'll be my new Lakota name, always late.
Adam, could you, come get these plates off of here and, give it to the, hotel? Thank you. I don't want, Barth looking at my plate.
Go ahead, take it. Some coffee though, yeah. Okay, I want you guys to introduce yourself, kind of give a brief of what you do, and we'll start right here. Are you ready?
You start good.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. We'll start from that end then. They want to.
Greetings, Mitakiwea. Bart Robinson. I'm from Rosebud. Live here in Rapid City, and I'm a new environmental scientist over the last 2 years. So I believe none of what you see and only half of what you hear from me.
Yeah, I'm Doug Cluck. I know some of you, I feel very honored to be here. So thanks, Phil, and everyone else who can stand me. He said you can believe half of what he says. You probably shouldn't believe anything I say. I used to be a federal worker. Check. I'm still a white male, so you can take it for what it's worth. I have all these 3 checks against me. Anyway, I quit the federal government. No, I quit the federal government this spring because of this administration. So I'm free to say anything I want now. They can't stop me. So I'm happy about that. I live in Kansas City, Missouri. I was born on a feedlot, near a feedlot, not in one, near Columbus, Nebraska. So I have a little bit of background with cattle, but I'm not a big proponent. So don't berate me for that. I lived most of my life in Lincoln, Nebraska, and went to school there. I'm a climatologist was a climatologist for NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I also worked for the National Weather Service for a few years. So that's my background, and I'll be talking about that later. So thank you.
I'm Dagepi, Mason Gumsha Machi Apilo. Hi everyone, my name is Mason. I'm Shichangu. I grew up in Rosebud. I live in Rapid now with my 4 little ones and my wife. She's holding the fort down for me right now, so if you want to say a prayer for her, I'd ask that of you. I'm a data scientist during the day, so do a lot of work on using numbers to understand our world and to tell stories that resonate with people and inspire them to help Uchimaka. So that's me.
Amitaka pio chante waste na pe choose apelo. Wizib khamacha pelona sichago la khota hemacha naske gluipi choice by matahana leon petkile lila yo makpi yuha alaka cha. Nale umicha kile wahi chaya labo pila chicha pelo. Good afternoon. My name is Wizibra. I'm Sichago la Kota. Born and raised, went to school back home, went to St. Francis. Folks were, they brought the LNI program over, so right away people started teasing me. They're like, he opened it up to see if he's still in the record books. I was gonna wear my alternate jacket here, but my wife, she said no. I serve as president for Indian Collective. Prior to that, I served as Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at U.S. Department of the Interior. And then prior to that, I served as CEO for Redco, now Sichaguco, and got to do a lot of good work over the years and trying to continue that. A lot of our work, I directly oversee our place-based work, which we call our Chesapa initiatives. Which is around protection of the Black Hills, legislation to get the Black Hills back, and our Buffalo Corridor, big passions. And so when I was leaving the federal government, I said, I want to get paid to bring back buffalo and to get the Black Hills back. So that's what I work on. So happy to be here.
And hello, my name is Billy Schweiger. It's very special to be here. Thank you all for having me. Much gratitude. I've been working with Phil and Robin for what, 4 months now? So I'm pretty new to all your group. I came to this also as a castaway federal employee. I was a research scientist for 30 years. First with the US EPA, working on the Missouri River and on streams and wetlands across the northern Great Plains. And then for 20 years with the National Park Service. I had the honor and privilege of working in truly special places that are very special to you all too. Glacier, Rocky Mountain National Park, Little Bighorn Battlefield, doing research on water quality, aquatic ecosystems, grizzlies, elk, beaver. It was a nice career. But that all came crashing down in March. Another casualty of the chaos in the federal government you all know about. But with all those closing doors, many doors open for me. And since then, every day's been a Saturday. And I've truly enjoyed my life. And one of the best opening doors was the opportunity to work with you all. So I'm very excited to be here. Phil has been slowly assimilating me, and that's much welcome. And I hope I'm useful to accomplishing our water quality goals.
Okay. As you know, if you guys can give a brief of what you're working on, if you guys need to put it up here then.
What's that?
We'll start with Billy.
Billy, yeah.
Okay.
You want to be up here?
No, this is good. That's all right.
Okay. You got it?
Yeah,
There you go.
almost.
I apologize. I didn't see your name underneath these other ones. Forgive me.
All right. So, again, thank you all for having me here. I really have been learning lots and enjoying my time with you this week. I want to extend a special thanks to all of the water folks working in environmental and water offices in tribal governments. I know how hard your careers are, and you know, dedicating yourselves to protecting water and other resources for tribal members is a truly noble thing to do, and so thank you very much. Most of the examples I'm going to show you today are specific to or are drawn from the Rosebud and Pine Ridge. But I wanted to make it clear that, at least conceptually and in broad stroke, the type of results I'll be showing you are applicable to a much larger landscape, all of your treaty lands, other reservations within your treaty lands. So again, my examples are from the Rosebud and Pine Ridge, but they apply much broader than that. So what I'll be talking about today is I'll start off with a quick introduction to sort of get us all on the same page about things we already know, how important water is. I'll take you through the project's goals that we're working on with Phil. I had worked up a detailed sort of analytical statistical treatment of water quantity, so stream flow and groundwater levels. But I decided that was just too much material for the time I have, so we'll have to move that off to another time and place. And I'll jump right into water quality. And I'll begin with sort of providing an overview of how the state designates impaired waters around your reservations. And then take you through a couple of examples, the familiar story of groundwater on the Pine Ridge mostly, contaminated with arsenic and uranium. Show you some results and data. And then a story about eutrophication, or too many nutrients in streams. And I'll talk about total nitrogen, total phosphorus, and a fecal indicator, E. coli. And then I'll finish up with a quick summary of the project we're working on, the actual document, which is a protocol to teach us how to better monitor water quality on reservations. And we're well into drafting this protocol, and I'll show you a little bit about that. So, water is life, quite literally. You all say this much more eloquently than I can. Thank you for that perspective. I share it. Without water, nothing we depend on, our families, our food, our economies, or the other living beings on this land can survive. Clean water supports people, but as we heard about this morning, it also supports fish, wildlife, and plant communities that have lived here far longer than any of us in this room. Water ties us to the land and to one another, both physically and spiritually. And our work begins from this simple truth: healthy water supports healthy people, healthy lands, and a healthy future. However, of course, water has too often been treated as unlimited, used, diverted, contaminated without considering long-term consequences. Mining, poor land management, agricultural runoff, failing infrastructure, and past decisions about rivers and aquifers all leave lasting impacts. Monitoring is key in addressing these challenges and protecting water. However, monitoring requires commitment, resources, and technical capacity. So our goal is to address these challenges and build a collaborative tribal water quality monitoring and assessment program. Robin is going to talk about this more this afternoon, getting into more of the details about the process for acquiring funds and building a collaborative structure. But at a high level, what we're working toward is a tribally designed and tribally run decision grade monitoring program for both surface and groundwater. This program will need to meet Clean Water Act and other federal standards, but it is built around tribal priorities and sovereignty, not adapted secondhand from state systems. A critical first step is using the decades, the decades of existing state and federal data, the monitoring that's already been done to identify long-term patterns, emerging trends, and gaps. That synthesis helps us be strategic about what parameters matter most, where the hotspots are, and where new monitoring will actually change decisions. I'll show you a few examples, concrete examples, of what that looks like. From there, we will build core capacity, trained tribal staff, clear protocols and quality assurance, long-term monitoring sites, modern data systems that can stand on their own and integrate with federal systems when needed. That capacity directly supports tribal planning and enforcement, participation in Clean Water Act and other federal programs as needed, watershed and source water protection planning and informed decisions about where to invest limited infrastructure dollars. And finally, this approach will enable strong government-to-government coordination, not only between tribes and federal states and agencies, but among tribes themselves. The goal is to ensure that policy, monitoring, and infrastructure decisions on Treaty Council waters are guided by high-quality data and by tribal leadership. So that, of course, takes a whole lot of money. We've talked about this limit over the last several days. But I want to say that there is a fairly long list of opportunities out there for funding. Here, I'm just showing you the sort of major government ones, federal and state. Robin will discuss these and many additional private philanthropies and environmental justice-focused funding bodies. I acknowledge the complexity of seeking funding from a federal or state source. This is something that an individual tribe has to completely make the decision on themselves. But if that choice is yes, probably the best fit for our goals, at least in surface waters, is the EPA 106 program. We all know that the upper leadership in the federal government right now is a real problem. The leadership below that upper level is also a problem. But I know from my experience, my career, that the staff working in agencies like EPA are good people and are dedicated to doing the right thing. So, this might take a while for the mess to clear up there, but there's still an opportunity to work with folks in the near term at the staff level, and I encourage you to pursue that. So to get EPA 106 money, first a tribe must be eligible. That means obtaining something called treatment in a similar manner as a state or TAS. That establishes the tribe's authority and capacity to operate a water quality program. Second, tribes work directly with their EPA regional office and respond to annual funding solicitations. That is a government process. Third, the tribe submits a work plan and budget. This is the heart of the application. It defines what waters will be monitored, for what parameters, and how the data will be used to support decisions. This document is what we're working on actively right now. Fourth, the program must meet quality assurance requirements, including approved protocols and quality assurance plans. Once funded, the tribe implements the monitoring program, collects and manages the data, and then reports results back to EPA, and more importantly, your own communities. Over time, that cycle builds a stable, tribally led monitoring program that can grow and support additional funding and protection efforts. So at present, there are about 300 tribes across the states that have this treatment as a state designation. EPA has approved about 75% of those to actually receive 106 funds. And that's real money. It can be, 40 to 200K a year. That's sufficient to run a fairly robust monitoring program. Having this designation, task designation, if there's one thing you remember from the words I'm telling you today, it's how important this can be for a tribe. There are, of course, compromises. It's a complicated program. It requires investment and commitment. But it gives a tribe the ability to set your own standards. So you can define for a given water body what the limit of a particular pollutant is. You have that legal authority. And most importantly, that authority can extend past your reservation borders. If there's, a river flows through it, right? So if a river is coming onto or off a reservation or borders a reservation, you can set a standard based on something that's important to the tribe, cultural standards, and that can affect what an off-reservation polluter is able to do. That's a really powerful thing. There are examples of that. The Navajo Nation has done this. So I talk to your fellow tribes and see how this works. It can be a very powerful tool for you. Right now, neither the Rosebud nor the Pine Ridge have this task authority for Clean Water Surface Act regulatory programs. That's different than groundwater. So groundwater is regulated by a different federal law called the Safe Drinking Water Act. And both the Pine Ridge and Rosebud are actively working on regulation and permitting of groundwater resources. So now I'll turn to a brief topical summary of what the state and EPA as a secondary player do in regards to water monitoring in and around the Rosebud and Pine Ridge. So why tell you about this? Why is it important to know what those other governments are doing? Well, you need to understand what they're doing to waters that flow into or off of your reservations. You can learn from it. You can make sure it's not limiting to what you need to do, and you can develop monitoring that reflects and improves it. So South Dakota meets the Clean Water Act obligations for rivers and lakes by having their Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources, or DANR, assign designated or beneficial uses to each water body. Things like this stream is for domestic water supply, immersion recreation, aka swimming, cold or warm water fish propagation, irrigation. The state then develops standards or numeric or narrative criteria to protect those uses. A statewide monitoring network plus special studies are used to see whether these measured conditions meet those criteria. And there are 4 or 5 long-term monitoring sites as part of this program relevant to Rosebud and Pine Ridge. Every 2 years, the state evaluates data and applies an assessment and listing methodology, submits a report to EPA that describes overall status, and lists any water bodies that are impaired, that don't meet their beneficial uses. This then can motivate a process called the Total Maximum Daily Load, or TMDL planning, which is a fairly involved, complex restoration process, but that has regulatory power that can affect changes in how land users and polluters use waterways. So EPA's approval of this report done by the state explicitly excludes waters in Indian country. So what the state says about waters that are off the reservation do not bear on reservation waters. Yeah, Reno.
You know, I wanted to kind of make a correction with what you're saying, because
Okay.
I work with Syed Huck from Rosebud, and we both revised our water codes. And in the water codes, we adopted the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act. And we have issues with the state over jurisdictions because of state waters having a, you know, the state DANR and then us as the tribal systems. But we have a program over in Pine Ridge. It's called the OST Environmental Protection Program that does our 106 water quality standards, where they have a code. And, you know, I think you should come over to we have an established environmental review code. We created the OST Environmental Health Technical Team, and all our environmental programs are in that team. And we have monthly meetings. So maybe at the next January 26th meeting, I'd like you to come to our meeting in Pine Ridge, and you could introduce the same issue, and we could work together on water quality, water quantity. I am a former director of the OST Rural Water O&M for the Mini-Wachoni, and I know that I'm well versed in the Safe Drinking Water Act. And then we have the OST EPP program, which is totally Clean Water Act. So there is sampling being done, and it's, you know, maybe just a cooperative, you know, relationship of what you're doing and then what we're doing, because we actually have the records for compliance with the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act. So we are established, and I know what you said was right. We do not have primacy. We do not have regulatory authority, because that's going to take more staffing and more resources of funding for us to be a primary agency, like an agency, but primary tribe. I think one of the very few tribes that I know that has primacy is the Navajo, with the Gila River tribe, and they won a case right out of Albuquerque because the incoming water was higher than their standards that they set. So it would be the ultimate goal for any tribe in the United States to get primacy, but it's an EPA regulated, you know, format, but it's really hard because we lack the resources and the staffing to do all the job duties that come with primacy too. So, but you're welcome to come to our OST Environmental Health Technical Team meetings, any of you guys, to come over and we could show you what we have in our working relationship. But one of our biggest, frustrating issues is the state of South Dakota, because we have our own, like, uranium sampling records, but you get off the reservation, like, we all know Edgemont, South Dakota is a source of contamination with uranium, but yet the state of South Dakota does not really regulate water quality like they should. they're more in it for water quantity, so they can get funding or money from those water quantity taxes or fees, so they could, up the revenue for the state. But right now, in this day and age with climate change, that should be reversed for water quality to be the primary issue, because once the climate change hits, the water availability drops, the level, then you're going to get more contaminants in your water. So turbidity, metals, it's all coming to a point where we're going to have to be looking at water conservation plans because of the lack of rain, not only for surface waters, but for aquifers. So, but I'd like to talk with you more on this subject, but we do have codes that address exactly what you're saying. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for confusion. This is a crazy complicated subject, but I think one of the points you made is perfect, because the reason for our project is to address that shortcoming, to make the connection between what tribes like Rosebud and Pine Ridge are doing, and I acknowledge that you're doing real hard work. I know that. We've talked to Saeed a lot about this too, so fully acknowledge that. But the leap to primacy is so important, and if our project can affect that, can help you get there, that's our mission accomplished. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm enjoying your presentation, Reno. Thank you for saying what you said. I was looking for Doug Krogos from Standing Rock, but Kigula and Cheshire. But these issues that you're bringing forward are very important for us when we talk about treaty and the state trying to pull us into legal battles, into state court. And we, I'm Virgil Taken, I'm a member of the Elders Preservation Council back on Standing Rock, and we had a really deep discussion. Don't trust the state. We don't take any federal issues into the state. And so there were a 6-member council, and we're going to be having a meeting with our new chairman-elect this Monday. And so I'm sitting here listening to all this, and I'm truly hoping, and Reno, I'm glad you're here. I was hoping to catch Doug with this because Doug knows more about it than I do. But the thing that we're concerned about is that these issues are going to be taken into state court. We're talking about Craven Canyon, issues like that, because we're still dealing with the Dakota Access Pipeline up in Standing Rock. And it got into the political part of it, and I don't like it. I'm not a politician. We need to get these issues brought forward into Congress. We don't have to deal with. We should not deal with courts. We are a nation. We're not a program. Mm-hmm. We need to bring these into Congress. Mm-hmm. And so I'm enjoying your presentation. I hope people are listening to your presentation, because this is a very, 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 they're going to be coming after our treaties. And so myself, when I first got involved in this, it was 44 years ago when I first got on council. And all the old guys from back home, they're gone. But got a chance to listen to them and listen to their advice. These are pieces of paper that have blood on them, is what the older men said. So be careful what you do with it. So everybody listening, I hope that you're really paying attention to this, because this is where they're coming from. And we have a lot of as an Oyate, not as Standing Rock, not as Rosebud, not as Pine Ridge, but as a people, we have a lot of dirt on them, because it's stated in their constitution. You need to remember, that treaties are the law of the land. Treaties are the law of the land. And we haven't been pushing ourselves and forcing them with their trust responsibility. They have a trust responsibility to us, all these agencies. So it was a big split down up at Standing Rock over 4 years ago because we were trying to, the administration at that time was trying to get us into the cooperating agency aspect of DAPL. And that was a big fight, but we stood and we got ourselves out of that. But and Cheyenne River followed too. So it's important, you know. Everybody, we have to start listening to this. I'm 72 years old. I'm no pup, spring pup, and we got to keep supporting these young men and advising them that we got advised when we were young about the important aspects of treaty, because like you said, and I got that quote from the late Reginald Brewhorst Sr. These treaties are written in blood. And so I just want to share that, and I'm glad that Reno's here, and I was hoping to catch Doug Krogos. He's the head of our water at Standing Rock. So thank you, young man. You're doing a good job, you guys.
Let me interject something real quick. This work is coming out of treaty-based, from the Sioux Lakota Treaty Council, and we're working towards working with Oglalas. And we have to be careful where we get our funding from, because if you're going to use federal funds, and later on, we need to discuss something called cumulative effects over the years and years and years of water contamination from the mining issues, because there could be a lawsuit that we have to get ready and gather evidence, scientific evidence, and this is very much needed. And you also, there's another twist to this. You have to take a look at all the environmental assessments and impact assessments that are on Oceti Sakowin Treaty territory. And we're also working on developing a database for that, so for tribal leaders and traditional leaders, so that they can pull any type of report that they can off of the information that's already available, that is there. So, but we need to keep moving. Billy, if you can get done, and we gotta get to, I think we got a half dozen guys to get to here. So.
Sure. All right, I just wanted to add. Yep.
I just have a question. Oglala, I live in Oglala, and they're building a dam there. It was been there since the CCC days. And then it's been dismantled until about 2 years ago they started reconstruction. Now it takes a long time to build that. And I heard that the Demagla administration, they're going to build some robots that's going to take billions of gallons of milk for each station that across the country. And I think that's something that we need to kind of keep our eye on, because maybe I'm just hoping that the Magla Foundation, whatever administration, falls on its fate. So that was my question. They could be, it may be connected to what these people have in mind. That's it.
Tashi, let's hold questions until we get through these presentations.
Okay, go ahead, next one.
I'll go quick so we can kind of get to everybody. A part of our work, let me just say, we try our best to be strategic, to look at what's in front of us, but then also what's down the road. And a part of what that requires us to do is to try to think like our ancestors, to fight the battle in front of us, immediate. They're right there. They're charging into our camp, and we have to stand up and fight. At the same time, we also have to think about the battle that's going to happen 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And how do we win not only what's in front of us, but the war? How do we win the big, long battle? And there's short, medium, and long-term solutions to that. A part of our work under our Chesapa initiatives is what we call Protect the Chesapa. Because every single day there are attacks on the Black Hills. She's being attacked. And a big part of that is mining. And we talk about all of this pollution that comes down through the watersheds all the way to the Missouri River. So that pollution, of course, starts here in the Black Hills. And 80% of the Black Hills is under mining claims. And so every single day, they're drilling. If you look at a map, there's over 80,000 open holes in the Black Hills where they've drilled. One of those where they're looking to drill is on the USDA Forest Service land adjacent to Peshla, where the tribes purchased Peshla and we have land there. It's surrounded on different sides by USDA Forest Service land. And a mining company called Pete Lean and Sons has applied for an exploratory graphite mining permit. And where they're planning to drill, you can stand on Peshla and you can literally see it line of sight. And so that is an immediate threat and attack on one of our sacred sites where we came. And so we are trying to do our best to be able to work and to do our part in conjunction and in cooperation with tribes and communities to fight the short-term, medium-term, and long-term battle for this. In the short term, we've heard from the scientists about the importance of data. And so this summer we instituted a program called what we call our Land Back Fellows. And our Land Back Fellows are working with a tribal member, a PhD geologist from Colorado State University. And so we've done water testing basically in the Peshla watershed to be able to establish a baseline so that if there is future contamination, we're going to at least have a baseline. And at some point, I would love for our fellows to come and maybe present some of their findings here to share how they did it and what they've done. At the same time, I want to go back a little bit. And one of the things that has been a part of our work was advocating for the Pactola mineral withdrawal. And so this is work that NDN did around the Pactola mineral withdrawal to gather public comments and submit those to the government in order to initiate that mineral withdrawal. Now, what a mineral withdrawal means is that where that designated area on federal land, it means that you cannot mine in that area. So you can't mine for minerals. And so it protects it. Unfortunately, a mineral withdrawal is only good for 20 years. And so when I was at the Department of Interior, so what happens on USDA federal lands is the USDA has to submit an application to the Bureau of Land Management, which is at the Department of Interior, requesting that the mineral withdrawal be made because BLM monitors the subsurface rights. BLM then has to approve it and then send it back to USDA. So USDA sent us the request for the Pactola mineral withdrawal, and I think it was right around 8,000, 10,000 acres. When I was at USDA, we sent it back to USDA and we said, well, how about the whole Black Hills, not just this little area? USDA turned around and submitted again for an even smaller portion. And so they're like, okay, well, we'll do this, right? We'll do this. And it happened within a month or two of the election. So, that mineral withdrawal got done. That's only good for 20 years. So I mention that because we think that that is a part of a medium-term solution. And so Pete Lean and Sons has applied for this exploratory permit and they're going to look for graphite. And what they want to do is drill a hole, test it, and see and look for graphite. We already know that there's very little there. But what we think they're doing is looking for other critical minerals. And if they find other minerals when they drill down, then they apply again and say, hey, we only found a little bit of graphite, but maybe it could be gold or some other mineral. And then they apply and they go through that process. There's been some, what we think are violations of the law in that application process. We've organized comments. And as a part of this, it's not only the tribes and individuals, but we've really tried to work with the Rapid City community. So in the last comment period, we had thousands of comments that were submitted by Washichus or Wichashaska saying we need to deny this because we all drink the same water. And that's a uniting factor in other communities because we know we're always going to fight. We're always going to do what we have to, but we're stronger when we can create allyship with other communities to be able to do this. We expect that the USDA is going to approve that exploratory mining permit next to Peshla, probably sometime in January. And if so, that's going to be a good opportunity. We think that if the tribes, the ones that have title to it, to be able to possibly look at legal action to get it stopped. At the same time, sometimes all we have is our bodies. And so we may also have to be prepared to go stand in the way, if that's all we can do. We're also looking to the medium term. And the medium term, we think, is in 3.5 to 4 years. There will be a new administration. And if you remember, part of what our strategy was for KXL is we held KXL up in court. And then when the new administration came in, day one action was to withdraw that permit. And then that killed it. What we want to do is to have a mineral withdrawal fully prepared so that on day one, when there is a new president, that it will be one of their first 100 actions, because that's kind of how they operate. Day one, they do 100 actions, then the first 100 days. We want to be prepared to have a full mineral withdrawal for the Black Hills to be issued on day one when we have a new administration. But to do that, we're going to need everyone's support. We have to make sure that we have the science backing of everything and everyone working together. And then the long term, because a mineral withdrawal is only good for 20 years, the long-term solution is legislation. Now we know that that's harder to do, a longer runway, but we also want to begin thinking about how we get a legislative mineral withdrawal to be able to protect the Black Hills. So just an update of some of our work. We currently have a petition out. We're hoping to get at least 2,000 signatures on this and continue to voice our opinion, to be able to give everyone a voice to say, no, we have to protect these sacred sites. Now, we made this one of the battlegrounds because of its proximity to Peshla. We got to do everything we can to protect Peshla, but that doesn't mean that we should stop other work in other parts of the Black Hills. We heard about Craven Canyon, and there's others. It's all over the place. But this is one area where we want to put as much time and pressure, and we're doing everything we can. Our role as a nonprofit is to be able to do the things that others can't. Tribes have to go through a certain protocol and do things in a certain way, and they have powers that we don't. On the other hand, sometimes we can just do and say whatever we want. So we drive around town, you'll see our signs, stop Pete Lean and Sons, Thune, Rounds, Johnson, do the right thing, protect Peshla. Would you mine in the middle of your church? And so those are how we're trying to use our voice, and just appreciative for Lexi for allowing us to come and present. Wopila.
Can I say something real quick, because I really like what you're saying. Because Mitigation Act, 20 years ago, there's two tribes, Lower Brule, Cheyenne River, that broke away. We have to have stopgap measures so that as an Oyate, we can stand together. We have to have stopgap measures so that that can't occur, because they're good at dividing and conquering. So I just want to put that in there, because we had that happen with the Mitigation Act. So.
Okay, let's go to the next one, but also think about a strategy for repealing or abolishing the Mining Act of 1872. Mason, go ahead, Mason.
That's a good one on the 1872.
Hold on, hold your question. We need to get going. Go ahead, Mason.
All right. Thanks, actually. I'll follow that with some pretty pictures. I think that's all I can do. If I talk too fast, let me know. I'm looking at you, Oglalas. And here we go. So my point, it's a little hard to see. I'm here to talk a lot about the data that we can bring in to augment our understanding of the world, our traditional ecological knowledge, certainly, but also equip us in those circumstances where we don't trust the information that we're getting from certain agencies, and we want to have our own records and our own perspectives on things. So today I'm going to talk a lot about stuff that I do with satellite data that allows us to see things from space, a lot more actually than I thought before I started working on it. And what you're seeing here is is one company's satellites that are flying over the Earth and taking pictures. That's all they do. They just fly and they take pictures, and they take lots of pictures. So actually, for free pictures, we can get roughly a new picture every 10 days of any particular place at 10-meter resolution. And so I think that's pretty powerful. And we're going to talk a lot about what we can do with that, especially in the Black Hills. So I'll start my thing. A lot of it was teed up very nicely by everyone else. I'm a data scientist for the environment. That's sort of the day job, but I'm fortunate enough to work with Lexi Phil over here in the Chichango Climate Center to do a lot of this work. And I'm also a co-founder for the Lakota AI Code Camp. If you want to talk about either of those things, find me. So the main point I want to make here is that satellite imagery can help us understand our world. It doesn't replace our stories. It, in fact, should only reinforce them or augment them. And so what today we're going to do, the first thing we're going to do, because this is focused on water, is we are going to look at mines, because mines are important in the battle of making sure that they stay clean. Okay, yeah, so this is the Wharf Mine. It's outside of Lead. These are pictures that you can pull off Google Earth. And you see in the top left in 1985, the top right in 1995, the bottom left in 2004, and the bottom right in 2005. You see it growing. So this information exists. It is available, and we can use it to understand what's happening both in the Black Hills and beyond. Of course, with these kinds of pictures, we can also do different kinds of analysis on them. So one of them is going to be just calculating the footprints or the extents, we might call them. So I went ahead and did these calculations for this particular mine or this particular part of this particular mine. And you can see that it is growing significantly. So it's 0.3-ish square miles roughly in 1985, and now it's almost 2 square miles. If you look at it on the map, if you just go to Google Maps or whatever, you'll see it. It's big. It's really hard to miss. And we can know about this mine in this way through this data, but we can also know about all of the mines, at least those open pit mines, through this data and across time. So we're able to monitor these things and keep our own records as much as we'd like to. And I think that's a really powerful thing. Also, when you talk about water, you know, fire is certainly part of the water story. Drought is part of the water story. This is the Jasper fire. So as we're talking about the work that we want to do in keeping the Black Hills healthy, keeping Haisapa healthy, we want to make sure that we can look at all of these different characteristics of this and map them. So this is that fire. You can see it from space. It's quite significant. But like I said, we can see this one fire. We can also see all of the other fires, the bigger ones, the smaller ones, so we can keep good records and good tracking of where and when they're happening. You can also do things like plot them. So this is the burned area by year. This data set doesn't include 2000, unfortunately, which is when that fire was, but this is sort of the total burned area by year. We can see that something weird was going on in 2012. And that might be something that we, you know, that like piques our interest, and we dig deeper and we look at.
2012 was an awesome, terrible drought.
Terrible drought in 2012. There you go. And then a lot of them, the ones that are low, like too, is it just do we have more water, or what was driving these changes and building up this understanding? A lot of building up this understanding is what we're doing by building our own database. So that when we want to ask these questions of these places that we hold sacred or important, we can do that. And again, this is all public data. I was able to go download this and work with it without asking any permission. So there you go. We also have here, and I'll break it out in a second, but this is a surface water simulation. So we're able to follow water as it gets dropped on the surface. You can kind of see it. So the red dots are known uranium locations. They come from an EPA database of uranium locations. The blue lines are, they begin as water. So they all begin as blue. And in this simulation, when they pass by within 500 meters of a known uranium site, they become orange and they start to color the water downstream. That's what we're looking at. This is made to cover roughly the entire Fort Laramie Treaty area. It's a little bit bigger than that because, of course, you know, like it was mentioned before, you have water coming into the treaty area from outside of the treaty area, so it's important to get a bigger sort of view of the thing. But what you see here, and can you see my? Yeah, you can. So my mouse, if you see my mouse, this is the Black Hills right here, and this is the Badlands. And Rosebud would be over here, and Pine Ridge would be roughly over here. And as you watch it, you can watch the water come off the Black Hills. It all kind of comes down to the southeast for the most part. It joins into the Cheyenne River, and then it starts moving up. This Edgemont location is known to be a sort of poorly cleaned up uranium site, and you can see that in lots of articles, which I'll show in a second. But this is sort of the kind of thing that we've been working on and the kind of understanding we've been trying to build for ourselves. Yeah. Yeah.
That come through. I've been talking to my daughter about how we buy this filter system that we hook to our faucet. And I told her, I said, I don't know, I don't think that filter filters out radiation. I don't, from the toxic, the radiation coming through off of those. When you rinse off the drills into the water system and it comes down to the rivers and the creeks, it comes into our water table and the drinking water that we drink. I know uranium, it doesn't lose its toxicity of causing cancer. And I always look for, as far as the filter system that we hook to our faucets, how much of it is being filtered out, or is there a filter that filters out radiation?
I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, I know a little bit about that. Thank you for the question. It's important. So there are filters that will do an effective job of of removing most contaminants. However, they must be maintained, updated, cleaned. You have to keep them in good working order. But they will remove a lot of the arsenic and uranium from your well water.
Cool.
Quick comment on that. We just did a study with that with one of the defense labs, Pacific Northwest National Lab and Navajo, and we took their water and soil from one of their contaminated radium sites, and we used one of our electrolysis processes on it, and we had significant results of cleaning up some of their soil and water.
Thanks, fellas. And I should say, before we move on from this one, that it doesn't imply contamination. This is just potential areas of contamination and would require further study. However, we do know from a lot of the great reporting done locally that a lot of this is getting to Angostura, for example, so about southeast or southwest of town here, into the reservoir there, and then moving its way up the Cheyenne River, potentially into the Red Shirt community, and then perhaps beyond. We don't know enough to say if it's going further than that, but we have, at least with our simulation, sort of recovered those findings, which is interesting. The last thing I'll show here is we really like to, we think it's really important to create these visualizations that will speak to people. They'll understand them, and they'll be able to take away something important. So I have here a very similar simulation to what I just showed you, but it's over the Black Hills more specifically. That was over a much wider area. And what will happen here is, so each of these blue dots, I just placed them. So you can imagine each of these blue dots is like a drop of rain, or many drops of rain perhaps, and then it's just going to follow the surface. This is again a simplification of the problem, because of course there is underground movement of water, but what we do see are the rivers that will come through here. So let me hit play on this and we can watch it. So what you do see is, like I said, a lot of it's coming southeast, and then it gets to the Cheyenne River. This river here, this thing that's catching all of this water, kind of blocking it from the Badlands, if you will, is the Cheyenne River. We also see this stuff coming from the top. So there are uranium sites up there as well, which we don't talk about as much. And then we see all of this sort of collecting and moving its way towards the Missouri. So this is a more visual, more dynamic way to show much of the same thing, which is the movement of water as it lands onto the Black Hills. Thank you all, and I'll pass it over. Thank you. Oh.
Doug Cluck is next.
Thanks again for letting me speak, Phil and company. I've got way too many slides, so I'm going to go fast. Yeah, sit down.
Good.
Yes. So I apologize to begin with for lots of reasons. Yeah, click on that. And yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. I'm going to move over here, I guess. I don't know what makes sense. I'm going to probably knock this off here eventually. You can blame James Radlingly for me being here. That's the long term. Short term, you can blame Phil. So if you don't like it, blame them. Try not to blame me too much. I'm going to talk about climate change. Phil wanted me to just say a few words about that, and it's kind of my agenda. He also said put a lot of pretty pictures in there because people love pictures. And, nothing's better than the environment. One of the last times I was coming into Rapid City, there was a big fire actually to the southwest, and I took pictures of that on the horizon. So it was pretty amazing. Every time I come, someone else has said this to me. Every time I come to Rapid City, there's something big going on. Last night, does anybody know how high the winds got in Rapid City? according to the Weather Service, over 100. So I have to ask you all, how often does that happen? Raise your hand if you've ever seen over 100 miles an hour in Rapid City. Over. Yeah, it has happened before, but not very often, I'll bet. I was going to ask the Weather Service how often that happened. 80 mile an hour winds. That's, that's hurricane, right? That's a small tornado. Okay, Doug, get on with it. So we're going to talk about basically how the Earth is changing due to more CO2 and other gases like methane in our atmosphere that, for the most part, we humans have put there, okay, through fossil fuel burning, et cetera. This is a chart showing the last 800,000 years. I don't know where we all were 800,000 years ago, but that's the way the CO2, carbon dioxide, which is one of the main greenhouse gases, has tracked. We used ice ice cores to understand that, and as you get closer to the present, we use trees and things like that they drill into and try to understand how much CO2. Right now, 2024 anyway, we had 424 parts per million in the atmosphere. That's a lot more than we've had over the last 800,000 years. Okay, CO2 is one of those gases that absorbs heat. All right? Yeah. Oh, and those other two dots are scenarios that lower emission and higher emissions from, again, greenhouse gases being emitted into the atmosphere that the models have sort of predicted. One is if we get a little bit of control on it, and the other is if we have no control over how much gas we put into the atmosphere. This is a quick map of what's happened since 1850. Again, none of us were alive back then, but we certainly had our ancestors around. And this is the way temperatures have tracked since then. You can see since about 1980 or so, it's a steep uphill climb. As you can see, the rate of warming has increased immensely. There's a lot of reasons for that. I don't have time to go into that right now, but if you ask me later, I'll tell you. Here's the last 10 years of the record of the Earth, not of your backyard, but of the Earth, in terms of record warmth. The last 10 years happened to be the 10 warmest years on record for the globe. That's both ocean and atmosphere combined. And then we mix up all the numbers and we come up with a value. And we've never been this warm, at least since 1850. And 2025, I verified with the National Centers for Environmental Information, who I used to work for, will very likely be in the top 3 of those. So this year is no different, really. I wanted to point this out because this is a typical map of the world that we get at the end of the world when you kind of average all the temperatures over the entire globe. It's almost always pink and red. Pink and red is above normal. Wherever you see blue, it's either slightly below normal. How much blue do you see? Here and there, you see a couple little dots. This is 2024, the warmest year on record since 1850 in the world. I won't go into all this. These are simply indicators of things going up and going down, like snow decreasing over time, air temperature over land going up, et cetera. One thing I do want to stress about extremes, and we're going to talk a little bit more about extremes as we go, is that top is looking at temperatures, that top graph, and basically we're shifting the probability of hot temperatures happening more often. So what's the likelihood of 100 degrees next summer? Well, it's a lot higher than it was in 1950, that kind of thing. So we're shifting the curve. We can still get cold temperatures, don't get me wrong, but a lot less than we used to, and a lot more record warm than we used to. Same with precipitation, a lot less light precipitation and a lot more heavy precipitation episodes. These maps were shown earlier. I think Bob showed these in various ways, but the key thing here to look at is, and most of you will say, well, I like warmer temperatures in the winter, but look at the winter temperatures across your area, if you will, the north central part of the U.S., red. I mean, temperatures have really gone up quite a bit in the winter, more than the summer, believe it or not. Again, there's some physical reasons for that. One is, and I'll show you in just a minute, there's more moisture in the air. It's harder to heat up moisture than it is dry air, moisture than dry air. So it's going to be super uncomfortable because you're going to be really hot and sweaty, but it's probably, you're not going to see as many 100-degree temperatures. But the body feels hot and humid temperatures more than dry air, moisture more than dry air. Anyway, moving on. This is a trend line. As you can see, it's going up as we go from 1895 to 2024. This is for the state of South Dakota, okay? Things are warming up. You can see on the bottom there, the thing I really wanted to point out here is the average temperatures risen, 1.4 degrees. Our minimum temperatures, our low temperatures, aren't getting as low as they used to. In the wintertime especially, we're seeing that. It's not getting as cold and staying as cold. Now, yeah, I think last year we've had minus 20 and minus 30 and all that stuff. Like I said, winter's not going away, but it is going to get compressed. We're going to have less time for those really, really cold temperatures to occur. There's the minimum temperature, as I just said, rising faster than the average temperature. Here's Todd County, which is basically Rosebud. Their temperatures, like I just showed you, are going up. This is hard to see, so I'm not going to talk much about it, except to say that your dew points, which is your humidity in your air, is also rising. Okay, more evaporation from plants, more evaporation from surfaces, etc. These are projected changes to temperature. So yeah, so what if your temperature goes up 1 degree or 2 degrees? Someone said that earlier today. What's that even mean? Well, it means a lot of things, right? In this case, we're talking about annual average temperatures rising 4 to 6 degrees Fahrenheit. Winter and spring are experiencing the largest increases. And again, from a heating point of view, that's a good thing, right? But to an ecosystem point of view, where's our ecosystem, dude? It's not a good thing. The ecosystem's not used to warmer temperatures like that. Okay, I'm going to skip down to the last part and say that some of the models are saying the northern plains up to 20 degrees more by mid-century. I think it's by mid-century of 95 degrees or more a year. It's going to be like Phoenix. Okay, maybe not quite Phoenix, heaven forbid, but greater than, and also up to 20 degrees less below 32. So less cold days, more hot days. Again, winter seems to be the most quickly changing. Precipitation point of view, the top is looking at the last 30 years in terms of precipitation increase. So we have seen a precipitation increase across most of the northern plains, not everywhere, but most of the northern plains, right? That you would say is typically a good thing, unless you look at when it's falling and if it's being evaporated away more quickly because our temperatures are warmer, okay? And I think someone else showed a map of that happening, actually, of sort of an aridification or desertification because temperatures are rising a lot faster than precipitation's going up, if you will. So increasing annual precipitation, can the precipitation keep up with the warming? There again, trend lines, northern plains, and I think that's South Dakota. Yeah, it shows precipitation is increasing slightly, but not enough to keep up with temperature rises. Bob showed this map. He's stealing my thunder half the time when he was up here talking. So I just want to show this again and say, just to point out very specifically, these are peak annual stream flows, not necessarily total stream flow for the year. Am I saying that right? Yeah, my hydrologist here on my left. So what it means is the peak, we're not seeing as many big, as high a peak flows for a number of reasons. One is when the snow melts earlier, rain comes later. We don't see the rain on snow as much. It happens, but not as much. So these are, and these maps I'm showing about projections for the future, don't look at your backyard and say, oh, well, I'm going to be wetter by a lot, or just say these are generalizations. These are not exact by any means. The key point of this is winter and spring more likely to be a little bit wetter than they used to be. But look at summer, it's brown. That's really bad for anybody trying to grow anything. Okay, great. Winter and spring a little wetter, fine. We'll take more snow. But if the summers are dry, we're going to be in trouble, right? So we'll have to think about how to deal with that. Moving on to extremes. Am I doing okay on time? Okay. Extremes. By the way, guess where that is? Right there. That big snow in the city. That's Rapid City. Don't ask me what year. I can't remember. If you probably lived through it if you're a little bit older. Anyway, drought. That's Colorado Springs down here, burning, and so bad things. Oh, this is Ottawa on the Missouri River. The Omaha, I believe the Omaha tribe owns that casino. Anyway, moving on. We have kept track of disasters, and when we call them disasters, we're talking $1 billion plus disasters. This is last year. This is the number of $1 billion disasters across the U.S. Okay, there's a lot of them. We had a lot of hurricanes and things, and really devastating ones last year that hit the U.S., as well as severe weather and wind and drought and fires, etc. This is the general look from since 1980 to now. The bars are the number of disasters per year, and the lines sort of are indicating the cost. And this is inflation adjusted, so it's all supposed to be relatively equal. But you see basically a rise of the number, and the green, by the way, the color is the type of disaster that we're talking about. Green is severe weather, severe storms, tornadoes, hail, and high winds. This is for the Northern Plains. A lot of the stuff is broken down by region, by the way, into state. You can actually get down to state and tract level on this stuff if you really want to. Same thing, but just for the Northern Plains, Montana, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, and Wyoming. You see a similar trend in the types, no tropical storms, thank God, not yet. But a lot of severe weather, always drought, almost always wildfire, occasional freeze problems like a late freeze or an early freeze. That kind of stuff can devastate crops and cause lots of damage. And if you want to know more about this stuff, it's all online for now. The group that I was working for has discontinued this because of this administration. The guy who used to do this has moved to Climate Central. Anybody know anybody at Climate Central? They're all over the place. If you can get their emails. They send you great stuff if you want really good climate change information. That guy started to work for Climate Central, and these are going to get published again soon. Again, Northern Plains, disasters by month. What is the frequency of different disasters out there? Excuse me. June and July seem to be our disaster months in the Northern Plains. Okay, that's no surprise. That's when our severe weather really hits pretty hard. Again, drought is the brown, and fires are the orange. And that's when you would expect them. You see the fires kind of later in the year. You see the severe weather kind of earlier in the year. And a few other mixed in disasters here and there, right? And again, these are $1 billion. You have many, many more $10 million disasters out there. And what I'd say about these disasters is this does not reflect the pain and suffering that vulnerable communities go through. Because a $10 million disaster, who has the capacity to fix that, right? FEMA, okay, I'm not going to start with that. Someone else can give that FEMA talk. But who can help with this anymore, right? Anyway, moving on. Overall, here are some of the things that are going to be impactful in terms of climate change, right? You've got health issues, numerous health issues. Here's a few things that I've jotted down after the thing. Water, Jesus, we're talking about water left and right around here. Drought, flash flood, both more common for various reasons. And then the cascading issues, migrations, supply chain issues. We may not be able to get things that we're so used to getting, even through Amazon. Infrastructure problems, rural implications, mental health, agriculture, ecosystems. I don't need to talk about that to this group. And of course, vulnerable communities, again, small disasters add up, right? Year after year of this chronic issue can really take a toll. All right. I mean, some of the big things up here, I'd say, are wildfires. Sometimes they're great. Sometimes they're really bad. You know, without fire, you have cedar trees growing everywhere, the red cedar. It's a big problem, especially south of here. It may be up here too. Drought, especially if summers are going to be drying. And I guess the other point is, with all the extra maybe rain we're going to get or snow we're going to get in winter and spring, you're going to have a lot more growth, and that's going to dry out. And what do you get when those two things happen? A lot of fuel. And we've seen that up here. We've seen that numerous times. I can remember a couple years ago driving across South Dakota, and this yellow clover, what is it? It's this high. And it's everywhere. It's covering everything. I can't imagine what if that dried out, what a fire would look like. I'm trying to remember where I pulled this, but I think I pulled this out of a national climate assessment. Climate change, and this is something you all know, and I don't need to tell you, but I'm going to say it anyway. I thought it was pertained to this group. Climate change negatively impacts the ability of regional indigenous communities to grow in traditional foods. Where's Paula? She knew I was going to talk, so she left. Is she here? I don't see her. Anyway, this is the kind of stuff that she talks to me about sometimes. Anyway, traditional foods, medicines, plants, and here's a couple of them: choke cherries and prairie turnips. And the loss of those because the climate's changing and the ecosystem changes. I mentioned this just a minute ago. Early season greening, late season drying causes issues like wildfire. This is just looking at the high plains in the last 25 years of drought and intensity. I don't know, the higher the peak, the more areas coverage. Back 2000, and here's 2025. This is like the last year or so. And when you see those red lines, that's D3 drought, like super intense drought, and D4 is the dark, dark red. And 2012 was a really bad year, as I mentioned earlier. And this might be a good thing to link up to some of the studies you're doing, especially if you're looking over time periods. And that's where I'm going to stop, except I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the outlook. Because Phil said, I want to know what's going to happen this winter. And I said, well, I don't know what's going to happen, and these guys don't either, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. We're in a La Nina pattern. This is a La Nina pattern. See that blue line going right through? That was over our head last night. It dipped down close to the surface. That's the jet stream. Yeah, that's what came through last night. It doesn't happen very often. That's a pretty typical pattern where it's cooler to the north and a little bit wetter to the northwest. So Montana should benefit, snows, hopefully. Southern part, drier, warmer, and they'll have some issues there too. This is the 2-week outlook through basically the end of the year. So Merry Christmas. It's going to be warm. Now, temperatures or precipitation, it's mixed. Again, I'm looking at Rapid City, but you can look at where you live, and wherever it's brown, it's going to be drier. And then these are some hazards. I'll skip that. This is the December through February outlook. Cooler to the north, wetter to the north. We hope for the wetter. Not necessarily cooler, but anyway. Thank you.
Doug, one question. If you look at the snow caps, they're down, right? And guess where the Missouri River goes, where it originates from?
Yeah, it's not necessarily that. Yeah, the less snow in the higher elevations and a lot more rain falling at lower elevations than used to. And the rain goes right through the snow. You want the snow to be up there in the higher elevations because that's a real reservoir, a natural reservoir, as opposed to the man-made reservoirs along the Missouri.
One more comment. That's why we need to, sometimes somebody says we need to quantify our water. I say no. We have, winter's doctrine and all that, but you should never quantify, in my opinion, you should never quantify our water because you don't know, it could be gone because of the rising temperatures and things, drought. So just think on that. We have Barth left, one more He said he'll make it quick.
Yeah, I'll be short with this, because it's more of a concept and this probably follows up with, what Wheezy Pan was saying about strategies and what you were speaking about, the Cheyenne River. Basically it's, how standing with, water and given rivers human rights. It's been long known that indigenous nations have always treated rivers as living beings. Western law has never done that. In the 1970s, there was a court case, Sierra Club versus Morton, that did not give it standing, but gave the theory, recognized the theory. That being said, internationally, there's been great work done on this, and the gold standard for this is the Wagnagi River in New Zealand, and it's held and it's been given human rights, and it's between the Maori and the government of New Zealand recognize the importance of the river that runs through their land, and so this river can sue anybody and have standing on human rights. That hasn't happened in the States. We've used mostly treaty rights, which has been successful. The Yakima River is an example of that, when they removed the dam and they restored all the salmon. But that was done with treaty rights. I think that Cannibal the stoppage was also treaty rights. They didn't use human rights, but I believe they could have used human rights and tested that theory in international court. So that being said, with the contaminants that is coming out of Edgemont in the Cheyenne River, you don't have to go to. Now this all has to be, has to get standing, has to get precedent with, but you don't have to. If you didn't use treaty rights, you would have more solidarity, because people are going to think it's just an indigenous or native issue, so to speak, by using treaty rights. If you give it human rights, then you're making it more collective, and bringing solidarity of all the states and everyone that's around that river. And you could try to test that theory and sue on that standing. I just wanted to keep it brief and let that know that's out there. It's always a growing concept, and it's something. It's like a tool that we should be aware of and keep amongst us. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to start setting up for the next panel, and that will be the next generation in climate leadership. Alika Swimmer and Ampo Jensen.
I think it's just Alicia here, so. And she.
Can I ask that this panel here some questions regarding the water?
We're not taking any questions right now. We need to get through our agenda. So these gentlemen are available. You can visit with them in the hallway.
I think I'm directing it to the real original landowners here. The Tichwan. That's who the owner is.
No, we can't take a question right now. We need help. You need to pick your camera on. Okay. We have one more panel after this, and then we're going to go into the closing ceremonies. We're going to have a giveaway and some honorings before we close out the conference.
Han Madakiapi, Alicia Swimmer, Machiapi Show, Mini Luzahan, Shugabluka, Imantahan, Lawrence, Kansas, Awati. I come from the, what did I take my phone? I work with the Sicangu Lakota Treaty Council through my small business, Zuya Tawa. I got the name from my Lekshi Leland little dog. His mother, my grandmother, Eliza Little Dog, used to work for Owns the Battle. That was their name, and that's kind of like how I think of my small business, is helping the Oyate by keeping with the fight. And it's not necessarily like an old school fight from our ancestors, but it's more like through science, policy, and culture. On my Ina side, I'm from the Pajuta Wakan, Hehaka Hakitu, Chan Mahal Ukoa, Wichasha Wachihi. And my ate is Taopi Ota, Wanagi Witko, and Hehaka Witko, and Kinuan. So that's my last name is Swimmer. So we all are familiar with our treaty territory. And I just wanted to share, these are the boundaries that they set in the 1851. I think that is something that we can all stand with everything we're talking about, protecting the water, all our relatives, and the future. This is more of an expanded area. Since I'm in Kansas, I always hang on to that little corner in the northwest as treaty territory. There was our hunting grounds go down that far because our borders were like rivers, natural occurrences. And the map on the right side is from sichangudata.org. That is a website that was developed through the Treaty Council, operated by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. There's a lot of information on there for maps. This is an interactive map, but I just took a screenshot of all the different details that you could put in there. A lot of that's from congressional acts. And these are the articles that I think from the 1851 that concern peace and justice. A lot of you are probably familiar with these articles, but if you look at Article 1, it's supposed to confirm peaceful relations between us and the United States. So when our water and our relatives are disturbed, that's not peace to us. So that might be something that we will have to use in the court cases that everyone's talking about. And Article 3 is also talking about our hunting, the depredations, and how they need to hold themselves responsible. And we know congressional acts took away our power from doing that. So, and the 1868, I always think our hunting rights article is weaker than the Crow, because if you guys all remember, the Crow won their hunting rights battle because they can hunt on any United States land. Ours is limited to the locations mentioned here. And the Republican Fork of the Smoky Hill River, that's that little northwestern piece of Kansas I was talking about. And how does climate change affect our treaty rights? The reason why I say that is because how many people actually hunt? How many people go out and pick food, grow food, take care of things like plants, medicines? I think that's the best way to let people know that we're still here. Doesn't mean to over hunt, collect items or exploit it, for personal gain. Should be used in a responsible way. I don't know if any of you guys been out there by Custer State Park, but this is a trophy herd. You see the bull bison right here on the top or lower left? I think they're using him to breed, and whenever the time comes or the highest bidder comes, they're gonna kill him. And it's a very small piece of land. But he's big. He's really beautiful. And that's his little herd. There's probably maybe like 20 of them. I went to the area in August, and that's when I seen them when I left the Custer State Park. So exercising treaty rights to help determine the effects of climate change. That's what I'm talking about. How are we supposed to know how climate change affects us if we're not out there practicing our culture? These are just pictures I took one day that I spent at Custer State Park. They were trying to charge me to go in, but I told them that I'm going out there for, my own purposes. So he just said, let me see your tribal ID and let me in. So it's kind of funny. Me and my sister was looking at the choke cherries in the bottom left right here. Some of them are actually already black, and that was like in August or late July, I can't remember. But we were out there looking at the berries, and those little like safari trucks are going by taking pictures of us. So it's like we're part of the tourist attraction. It's kind of funny, but it's like, all right, whatever. We're out here doing our natural thing and part of the whole tourist trap, I guess. But so that's why I think people should be hunting responsibly, gathering responsibly, foraging responsibly, and just being with the land. Just like we were, and people took pictures of us. But I mean, and these were all pictures taken in the park. So you can see we got the prairie dog, we got the Rosebud. There was a little antelope herd. There's mullein, the purple coneflower, which is overexploited. I went to the University of Kansas, and Kelly Kincher has a whole career off of that one plant. And he mentions Rosa Sioux tribe in there a lot without actually respecting what the people who told him, when you pick these plants, you should think of them as a sentient being, like the way we think of them as relatives. And then the magpie, he was just cruising around by the prairie dogs. It was just cute. And then, of course, sage. I collected sage that day. And this is something that I got off of the EPA website, which I'm surprised it's up there still. Just talking about climate change and the health of Indigenous people. They have things like this up, but it's more or less like they say they care, but I don't think it's just some words they put on their website. But I thought I'll just put it there because you could find some things, but till there's actual help on their end to get their population under control, they're not really helping us. And I do have some relatives that live in Kotzebue, Alaska. My dad's sister, Dolores Swimmer, she met her husband, Elmer Goodwin, in LA during the relocation era. So I have first cousins that live there. And this is just a little video I did on Google Earth just to show I overlaid the 1851 shape onto this Google Earth map. Because that's how I see the land. I don't see the state lines and all that stuff they try to put on us. And Manderson, that's where my grandma's from. So she moved to Alaska, and my cousins still live up there. And Elmer Goodwin's Inupiaq elder, very well respected. My cousin Wes Goodwin, he was a radio host too for the people, their culture bearers up in Inupiaq. And even though he's half Lakota, it's nice to see that my cousin's other half, they're also strong in their culture up in Alaska. And they're like 33 miles above the Arctic Circle. So I always worry about them. They had some flooding that's been happening to them. And I kind of think of them as being on the front lines of climate change because they're a coastal Alaskan village. So it's frozen there. They get around on jet skis and stuff like that, dog sleds. But they also use four-wheelers, and you have to fly in to the community. You can't just drive over there. Or you could boat in if you want to. Oh, here it is. So this is Elmer here, and I just wanted to play a little bit of the video of what they're dealing with up there. Because he talks about in their stories what they're going through. And I think it's important. Where's the tech support guy at? I don't have sound on here. Okay, maybe now.
How it's changing so fast. At night, I'd lay on top of a caribou skin on the floor. Grandfather and my grandmother, they tell stories. One time it was about an Inupiaq prophet a couple hundred years ago. He predicted things that's going to happen that you and I have kayaked. He said that someday in our
Sorry, I started it over.
my grandfather, he told me stories of how it used to be and how it's changing so fast. At night, I'd lay on top of a caribou skin on the floor. Grandfather and my grandmother, they tell stories. One time it was about an Inupiaq prophet a couple hundred years ago. He predicted things that's going to happen. He said, you and I have kayaks. He said that someday in our future, people will be traveling underwater without the use of an oar, without the use of paddles. Everybody laughed at him, mocked him. You're a fool. Nothing like that's ever going to happen. As the evening went on, he predicted another thing. He said that someday people will be flying through the air. And again, you are a big joker. There's no such thing will ever happen. Well, today we're using his predictions. Look at us today. Look at how we live today. It has changed so much. When I was younger, I never thought we'd see a road behind town or that many buildings. There has been a lot of change.
Walrus, the dead walrus.
Hey, serious. Oh, there's no picture of that. Oh, wow. The head is gone. Look.
Past couple of years, the salmon runs have been early, late, real late. We have earlier ice breakups during the spring, longer, hotter summers. I'm just scared for my kids. What are they going to be able to do in their future?
Our weather has changed so much. Last couple of weeks here, I don't see it rain so much. The herbs and characters that we have are depleting, and we still don't know why. My great grandkids, you may never know it was any pathway of life. I'm scared. My grandfather said that someday the animals won't die out. The fish won't be part of it. No scraps, no bones, everything won't be gone.
It just says the permafrost is melting. So I guess that's what it looks like. And I don't know. I think it says the Arctic is warming twice as fast as the rest of the planet. Unpredictable weather, erosion, forest fires, and animal die-offs are more and more common. And I just think that's something that we need to think about. If we look at how other tribes are handling climate change and how they're tracking it by practicing their culture, that is probably a better indicator of how to handle what we're dealing with here. This is just showing like the tornado we experienced on the Rosebud back in April. And this year was actually the first time South Dakota got a tornado in February, but that was lit by Watertown. And to me, that's still pretty far north. This is just showing what it looked like on the radar, the damage that was done in Spring Creek, St. Francis, the elderly 20-plex is damaged. That's one of the few options our elders have for housing on the res. And also relying on the IRA government, and also should come with personal accountability, because if we're to be self-sustainable, we can't be relying on a congressional act to take care of us. So I just put, some pictures I got off of Twitter or whatever it's called now. And I thought, as a young scholar, like the IRA tribal council should all have mandatory education provided by the treaty councils when elected. Maybe provide some sort of workshops for them, because it seems like they just want to learn as they go. Tribal members also need to understand how our treaties are binding agreements. People having this panic, at Haskell, a lot of people are dealing with that. When I was at KU, a lot of the natives were concerned with DEIB, but I always knew, that don't apply to me. I'm a treaty person. They owe us education. It's written. It's the supreme law of the land that precedes all congressional acts and the states, like South Dakota and all these other states around. And the suggestion that I had, the treaty council, is to help current and future scholars, a data library, so we can research and decide where we can concentrate our studies. Maybe get paired with some elders, help them research, use the resources that some of us get through our academic institutions. There's a lot of resources we get when we're in school there, especially graduate school. IRA can utilize their resources to support this education materials for all ages. Sioux Lakota Treaty Council developed the Sioux Data Repository. I don't know if all of y'all checked it out, but there's a lot of information there. A lot of the maps and databases that some of my colleagues at the Climate Center were sharing just a moment ago, those are available on our website. And anybody can go on there and look at it, check it out. Oceti Sakowin Oyate have different situations on their respective reservations, such as water, land, and proximity to different polluters. And we need to all not have like a cookie cutter plan for each res, but we can all come together and help each other, share information, trust each other so we can get further off. We could all work together, overcome this divide and conquer strategy of the Congressional Reservation Acts. How they see us is not how we see us. This is another map I pulled off of that climate website that the US has. I always look at Rosebud. They should just like give us our old boundaries back, because look at that. It still looks like our old res, regardless of the Knipe case. I just want to thank everybody for listening, and if you have any questions, you can always email me, aliciaswimmer@gmail.com. Lamia.
Okay, thank you. Alicia, right?
Yes.
I mispronounced her name. Alicia is her name. Okay, the next one will be Economic Future Events. James Rattling Leaf and Gwen Bridge. Could you please come up? Yeah. Who we are.
It's good to see James again, the prodigal son of the Sioux
Yeah. Where at?
has returned. The Iceman has returned. You could go to the podium or you can sit at the table if you want.
Be here? Okay, there you go.
I don't know how do you get the slides up. Sure.
Yeah, she needs some help. You have to give our IT a round of applause. He's been helping everybody.
Which one are you figuring? Which one? That one for the. Well,
Our younger generation.
Oh, it's one of the. Presentation. Next one.
This one?
This one. Okay, Tansei, Nasigasun Gwen Bridge, Nehewak, Isqueo. So my name is Gwen Bridge. I'm from Canada, a member of the Saddle Lake Cree Nation. My mom's parents are Ralph and Edna Shirt from Saddle Lake. That's Treaty 6 in Canada. My dad is from England, and I grew up in British Columbia, which is in Canada, so-called Canada. And I'm going to be here. Thank you, Phil, for inviting me here to share a little bit about the event that James Rattling Leaf, who's here with me, myself, and our colleague Heather Tallis put on in San Francisco in November this past year. So there was around 300 people who came. We were hosted by the Rematush Aloni there in San Francisco in California, and had a bunch of conversations around Indigenous economics. Phil and others were there from across Turtle Island, and so really appreciated everyone coming and being with us there. So So this will be just a few minutes to sort of highlight some of the ways and means by which we began this conversation to draw together this global community of Indigenous practitioners and building out the Indigenous economy and new tools and mechanisms for the imagination of something that is an alternative really to an extractive global capitalism regime. So we talked about these pathways to action. What are we trying to achieve? Why are we doing this work? And so we were really thinking about, there's lots of nations in Turtle Island and around the world who are advancing their own economic agendas and building out their economic rationales and scenarios which make use of many of the tools which are existing today. Some of those are carbon, and we heard a critique of carbon, and so this was not a place to sort of critique, but to support nations where they're at. Those who choose carbon, there was carbon options there. There's also biodiversity credits, biocultural salmon credits, green tech, all these different kinds of things, the sort of spectrum of projects which are available to nations so that they can begin to engage in a more sustainable economy versus, say, extraction, mining, forestry and stuff. So there's some alternatives there. We also realize that that's not enough. That's not the end goal of economic systems reform. So we thought about, well, what else can we do? And so we understood that those types of projects are sort of the what do you call that? End place where projects live, or grassroots kinds of projects, but they don't necessarily influence the means of economic markets or finance or the movement of capital. So we talked about this sort of elevating some of these conversations away from project specifics, which are imposed upon nations by others. I heard yesterday in some of the video recordings about be wary of those people who come and want to sell you a project, right? Because there's lots of projects out there. In Canada, we call them carbon cowboys and the carbon thing, but they're expanding across multiple sectors. And so there's a lot of challenges in there. So how do we begin to build the market ourselves? And so there's things that were happening there around banks, bonds, insurance, funds and things like that, so that we can begin to say, if we're wanting to create an Indigenous economy, what are the things that we need to do to broker the moves of capital and or other asset classes or valuations, so that we can partake in the economic system of our own creation, own design and influence. So then also there is a global call for Indigenous perspectives to inform the resolution of the challenges that are facing the world. Climate change, for example, biodiversity loss. We talked about water pollution, these kinds of things. All of these things are now recognized across the globe, and United Nations and the various different global conventions and things like that have recognized that we're in this period where if we don't change the ways we do things, we will end up in a bad place collectively. So while they recognize that, they look around for solutions, and those solutions don't exist within the existing framework of options around global capitalism or global economic systems. And so what those kinds of forums, for example, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Transformative Change Assessment, say is that we need to look to Indigenous nations to inform how we resolve these crises. So that recognition that Indigenous nations have important things to say about what global governance and economic systems reform look like, but not so often is that specific pragmatic guidance about how to shift global economic systems provided to these governmental fora. So that was sort of the track 3 where we wanted to think about what can we come up with from this cohort who happened to be there, about 300 people from around the world, to think about what some of those things will be. So I'll talk a little bit about how we're going to develop that knowledge to share momentarily. Oops, that's the wrong button. Okay. So I mentioned, why we did this. So we wanted to sort of really think about these alternatives to extractive capitalism. A lot of talk about green finance, sustainable investment. We heard nature-based solutions earlier. What does that mean? And how do we do that? And what are the things that we would need to do as nations if we were interested in advancing some of those alternatives to mining, forestry, different kinds of capitalistic exploitation? We also wanted to say, so the reason we started this is we need to build better economic rationale, right? When you're negotiating with government or proponents, you're in this situation where they come to you and say, oh, well, what do you think, right? Oh, well, maybe you shouldn't mine uranium or cut down trees or whatever. And they say, okay, well, that's really nice, but we can't because we need this economic driver. We need the money to pay for schools, hospitals, et cetera, things that are, pretty good, I think, generally. But I found myself in those negotiations always facing that argument. And so what I didn't have in my repertoire and those that I'm a consultant out of Canada, and I work with a lot of tribes, sort of helping them on strategy and stuff. And so, for a long time, it'd be like, well, what are we going to do? We're going to get on the road. We're going to try and negotiate. We're going to hire some lawyers. And we hadn't really figured out, well, we're going to define an economic scenario instead of rationales, which are refute to the government and proponents when they say, hey, well, it's nice to hear about your values, but we have to do this anyway. So that was really one of the motivations for bringing this together. And then we wanted to, I felt, well, we need to understand it. What do we need to learn from all the people who are starting to think like that, starting to implement projects and starting to think about the messaging we want to provide to corporations, governments, and the global community. So I mentioned that we had 300 people from around the world, including, of course, here. I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that are relevant to the Oceti Sakowin shortly, but we had people from New Zealand, Australia, South America, Turtle Island, Alaska. We had people from philanthropy who are like, well, we need to, do more better because things aren't working, so there's a lot of that. United Nations was there, in the conservation finance space, and investors, so private capital and Indigenous capital too. There's some funds that are emerging in California and stuff ready to invest in Indigenous projects. So there's some themes that emerged. Briefly talk about them. Lots went on. There was a 2.5-day summit with over 60 speakers, so a lot of knowledge presented. One of the things is some of the highlights here are that there's models about how to build out some of these economic projects and finance them. One great example is Hawaii Invest Ready, which is regional collaborations between Indigenous and local communities to develop economic and ecological projects and then move forward to with the blended capital stack proposal to get private philanthropy and government funding. And I mentioned the financial mechanism is really thinking about those things that are moving forward, whether it's Bison's bonds or it's there's a Blue Forest Fund and bond in California, different kinds of credits, including ancestral stewardship, biocultural salmon credits, biodiversity credits. We didn't talk too much about carbon, but there's some movement in the space, particularly in the Great Bear Great Bear Forest in Canada, to move away from carbon credits and try and move into biodiversity credits. I just read a quote from one of our colleagues out of Columbia, Drea Burbank. She said, I'm waiting for people to realize that we shouldn't be signing these long-term commitments and contracts into something that's binding us to a failing market, right? So that's some critique of the carbon market. I mean, does it actually work? So, and so this is some of the stuff that's sort of around the Oceti Sakowin, thinking about, what might this relevance sort of grow from your particular area. So we had Standing Buffalo and their economic corridor proposal, which is in Saskatchewan and then across the border. And so really trying to highlight the opportunities to do Indigenous free trade in the absence of both recognition and endorsement by the US and Canada federal governments. And so they put forward many proposals, and their chief here, Chief Redmond, is quite articulate on his vision and how that vision integrates into the work of the Oceti Sakowin and then more broadly transboundary in the Turtle Island. So that's it. There's a recent podcast here. It's called IamInterchange.com, where he shares that, and he shares a little bit about a little bit more about what we're doing at this summit. The Commission for Environmental Cooperation was there as well. They have a traditional ecological knowledge experts group. So this Commission on the Environmental Cooperation is called CEC. They're the body of the US, Canada, Mexico Free Trade Agreement, and their job is to make sure that the mechanisms and practices of trade don't really harm the environment and certainly don't go against the individual nations' environmental laws. So there's a whole bunch of opportunity there. The current executive director is really keen on continuing to support Indigenous free trade as a mechanism for ensuring environmental and conservation objectives, both nationally from all those countries, but also in support of the Indigenous conservation aspirations, transboundary aspirations. So they were there. So just I mentioned these are a couple highlights. So what we're going to do is draw from that summit some highlights of the conclusions around the 4 pathways to action. The first being here, what existing opportunities exist, how can we support nations in sharing the opportunities around the existing and sort of evolving credit systems and the different kinds of opportunities which are available now. We also had a theme around leadership and capacity. I personally have been trying to understand how we build out an economic rationale to refute governments and proponents of their assertion that capitalism and exploitative capitalism is the best way to go. So we need to have this development of leadership and capacity in economics and finance and commerce and these sorts of things. So that was another, both westernized kinds of concepts, but also what are those learnings that we need to draw from our communities that tell us what should be done in terms of how we build wealth within nations and between nations. And then this call for global economic transformation. There's a spectrum of ideas from the Indigenous communities about what it means to transform global economics, from we need to get rid of money and totally revalue all the assets that we're working with, to, well, we just need to sort of think through how we build out our own parallel economies to say, okay, well, we're continuing to use money and stuff, but we're going to do it in a way which benefits us. So some of those ideas will be brought forward as well in some findings. So this is James and I and our colleague Heather Tallis. She's out of University of California, Santa Cruz. She was working on the National Nature Assessment and Natural Capital Valuation in Biden's White House, and then decided to continue working with us on thinking through that from a much more Indigenous lens, much more Indigenous perspective. That's a website if you guys are interested. There has been call to continue this conversation in this network, and so we're in the process of thinking through what that means for future years. And I think that is a bit of a wrap. James, if you want to say any additional things. Thank you.
I was just going to say ditto. Or super ditto. But how me daki if chante western na pechu zapolo. I when I was asked to be part of this planning team for the summit, it was over a year ago that we started to talk about this idea. I was somewhat overwhelmed because I don't deal a lot with economics. But as we talked and met with other tribal folks and Indigenous people and investors and things, there was just a very clear recognition that we need to do these kind of things and we need to lead them or follow, but they're needed. And some of the things that I experienced in this work with the summit was that, we heard from many Indigenous organizations doing really interesting work, and that I'm interested in this idea of how we collaborate. I think coordination and collaboration is the 2 big C's I think we need to do as Indigenous people today. It's evidence again through this conference again that many people are doing really great things. And I think sometimes that we don't do a very good job of coordinating and collaborating among each other as Indigenous people. And I think this summit again is an example for me about the importance of coming together as Indigenous people and supporting each other. We led this meeting beginning in ceremony. We ended it in ceremony. And we recognize that as Indigenous, we're still here. He was in San Francisco, and I know we heard those stories of those tribes that had happened in California. What happened to them in terms of erasure and assimilation and outright extermination. But they're still there, and they realize that, like the Oceti Sakowin is important to them because they look at us here in the Northern Great Plains as a people who resisted and are still here. who exhibit resilience in terms of our culture and what we do and what we're doing today and how we're doing these things today. And so we were encouraged again by coming together and the importance of that. I'm interested in sort of the leadership capacity part of this work, because I would take a course, I would take a workshop, I would dig deeper into these things, because we know that each time that we start something in terms of a project or work that if it's fairly funded, then there's a limitation to that because it doesn't go on forever. But I think about, again, how do we sustain the work that we start? How do we work with partnerships in a whole different way? And this whole philanthropy business, right? Can we transform that in terms of the view that is needed to meet our needs? And can we develop our own philanthropy groups here in the Oceti Sakowin? What would that look like to be able to support and fund and invest in ourselves, in our young people? So we need to think about that. We need to think about leadership and how we think about leadership in terms of economics. You know, I've been around Phil Twiegel now for a while in terms of his work and what he thinks about, and those are good. How do we elevate that? How do we talk about that? How do we catalyze those ideas in a way that, you know, can turn into action? And how do we build those kind of things in terms of efforts and work groups and programs that we do? Tribal colleges have a role to play. You know, I come from a tribal college system. I went to school there, I graduated from there, and I'm grateful for those tribal colleges, the 35 plus across the country. What role do they play in advocating these teachings about economics, and certainly from an Indigenous viewpoint? So Oceti Sakowin, I think, is in a position to advocate and to push things like this. We would love to continue to maybe do sub-regional workshops and summits like this to bring together the kinds of people that can see our vision. And so I want to say that today, that it'd be great to come together as the Oceti and think about a regional gathering like this, where we can talk about these things from our perspective, whether it's bison restoration, whether it's food sovereignty, those kind of things that really matter to us. And so we have those voices come up again. So I'm going to ask you again to think about this and know that these things are happening. You know, we're trying to build a website, we're trying to build podcasts, things that provides thought leadership in this work, and also to get to know you and what you're doing around these areas that are really important. So I just wanted to say that with you, and thank you for your time. Again, it's always an honor to represent and to be part of things like this, and to be a part of these kind of things as a Sichanga Lakota Oyate. So Opila Tanka Ichichiapalo. Thank you all very much.
Okay, we're going to create a workshop, possible with Oceti Sakowin collaboration. It'll be Paula Antone and O'Malley. I know, this is called the O'Malley.
Can I say something really quickly? Just really quick while you guys get ready. So one thing that I would love to point out is I believe that TCUs do play a major part in educating and pushing our tribes forward. There are 37 TCUs across America right now, and I want to know how many of our tribes have a direct pathway to those TCUs in terms of growing our own leadership, bringing them out of those TCUs and creating direct pathways to tribal leadership, to our tribal departments. That's very important. Another thing that I'd like to say is when we're talking about economic systems within our tribal nations, I'm not promoting Russia or any of those countries right now, but there's a union called BRICS. I don't know how many of you know what BRICS is. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and they are challenging the US dollar right now. And they're doing it using their own resources and what is valuable to them. And so when we're talking about economic systems within tribal nations, what we need to do is ask why we're still using the dollar, and why and how we can take what's resourceful to us and challenge the US dollar. So when we're making economic systems within our tribal nations, we need to connect them through pathways. We all have resources that we can use, that we can share, that we can trade. And I believe that is connected to TCUs, teaching our younger generations about what is really valuable to us. So those are two big things that I just wanted to say. But yeah, I think it's really amazing what's happening here, and I would love to see more pathways be opened between our TCUs and our leadership, our elders. A lot of times we have elders that have a lot of knowledge. If we can create pathways to our TCUs through workshops, I think we're going to be utilizing that knowledge a lot more and then creating our own leaders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, here you go.
Hi, just because it was off the agenda, my first name is Robin. And a lot of folks have talked about when they first came up here, who their family is and where they came from, and where their mother and father and grandfather came from. Well, I'm one of the Wasichu who left home, never looked back, have a family that's scattered all across this country. And in the last year, I've ended a 40-year marriage. So to come into this room and feel the we part of things is really special, really special. So thank you. I listened a lot on Monday, and it were really powerful words, Wendell and Claude and the pipekeeper, everyone. And I heard two really important things come out of that. One is the we, and that we is the sun and the moon, all the way down to we in this room. And the integrity of that and the connection of that and the importance of that. You understand that. The other thing you said was, we need to do something. We need to act together. You know what's in front of you and you know what the issues are. What I can bring to it is a couple suggestions of things that might serve as nucleus for working together. And they're both about watching the earth. That's what I spent my whole career in government and the environment, and that is understanding what's going on around us, because it's real important and it's changing. And what we hear in this room is that we can use the knowledge that you have and the knowledge that comes out of the system that I worked in together and build things even more powerful than we have. So my business, a lot of my business has been climate change too, and you heard a lot about that in the last little bit. One of the things that I think is pretty important is that the land is going to change. The land that you know really well is changing. Different plants are going to grow on the Rosebud landscape than grow there now. And some of the plants that grow there now that you care an awful lot about are not going to grow there. And so understanding how that change is going to happen and figuring out what we can do about it is a pretty important thing to go forward in. So I'll mention that Jana brought this poster about a TCU program, bringing the students in, and it is so exactly on point with what I was going to suggest. So the Oceti Sakowin manage, own, whatever you want to call it, 11 million acres, and that's only in North and South Dakota. That's more than 5 states. They're all in the east where the little ones are, but you own an enormous north, south, and east-west piece of property. And you manage that and you know it really well. And changes are going to happen on that east-west. Somebody showed the line where it's green in the east and not so green in the west. Well, that's going to shift around. And the north-south, the temperatures, it's warmer down south. Maybe it's going to, it's getting warm. This is going to push things around. So what if we had a partnership with the TCUs, South Dakota State, North Dakota State, where Bob's from, some of the big universities that work with the Treaty Council, to ranchers. I understand about cows, but ranchers care an awful lot about what's growing on the ground, and they know what's growing on the ground. And your buffalo managers are going to know what forage is there and how good it is. And
understanding that is something that's not going to reach the universities unless we make some connections. And what the universities can bring is some of the bigger context and understanding about where things might be going and how they might be changing and how we might intercept that or help it go to a place where we want to go to. So that's the thought, is there are people on the ground from this room, and there are people in the universities and elsewhere who really need to understand that. And understanding how change is happening is going to help us understand how the next bit of change is happening and where it's going and what path it's going down. You're going to see that first. And if we can take the students who are trying to understand that and work with the people on the ground, we can add an enormous amount of value to really understanding what changes are going on around you. So that's one suggestion. Climate change monitoring of the things you think are important. I mean, I've talked to Paul a lot about magpies and the plants. That stuff is gonna be in flux, really moving around, and you're gonna see it first. So the second one is, and I'm moving through this as quick as I can because we're running late, but Billy talked about water and talked about monitoring water and understanding what's going on. In that 11 million acres, you've got a number of different aquifers, different layers, they're connected, some of them are all broken rock. It's a pretty complicated situation. And people like Syed and Doug Krogost and Reno Red Cloud do an enormous amount of work and great work understanding their place. What Billy is bringing and what we can bring is, let's put that all together and understand what the really big picture of the water situation across treaty lands, not across Rosebud and over here across Pine Ridge and up there across Standing Rock. Those little pieces affect each other. The water flows. You saw what Mason showed. The water's flowing across this landscape. And unless you look at it at that scale, you miss a lot of what's coming at you in terms of problems, and miss a lot of perspectives on how it might change. So it's really simple. We have the information. People like Billy and Mason know how to manipulate it. We have people who know how to protect it. So if you have information that you don't want to share with the state, which I totally respect, we can do that. We can keep it inside the circle, as it were. So that's a simple idea. And what Billy's doing is designing a system that will enable you to understand that water across the entire region. And that's what we're going to go to foundations with. I said it earlier, and Gwen and James just reinforced it. The foundation community in this country is missing in action, and they owe a lot of money to you. And so we're going to take it, and with the amount of technical skill we have with people like Billy and Mason, we will walk in the door with bulletproof stuff that they can't deny, and we'll be able to implement it and move forward with it. So EPA is, the federal government's not going to be around for a while, not effectively. Some of the money that Billy talked about from EPA is still flowing. It's sort of below the radar. It's low-level stuff. Low-level staff folks work with it. But I really believe that the foundation community in the next 15 or 20 years really needs to step up. And so we're going to walk in the door with technical plans for a monitoring program that would cover the entire region and tell them they need to fund it for us. So if we can bring together the water managers, and frankly, the conversations have started at this meeting, the conversations with Reno. We didn't get to Doug before he left, but we're going to follow up with him. So working through the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance and organizations like that, and getting ourselves organized enough to have bulletproof, fundable stuff. And you really have to have so I spent some time working with the foundation community. I spent 10 years in the private sector. And you have to have your stuff together to get money out of those people. It's a hard row. They're really tight-fisted. They have their goals that they want to fund, and you kind of have to find yourself in their goals and objectives. It's a hard process, but that's where we're going to try to bring some additional funding to this, and we need to do it in a consistent and coordinated way. So simple, but not easy to do.
Thank you, Robin. My name is Paula Antoine. My Lakota name is Wichoka Wayakui, and I've been working with the Sichanga Climate Change Group since 2017, and there's a lot of things that we've been doing together and working at the project level. And if you kind of notice the stream of things that's happening right now, we had Gwen and Robert talking about the international level and how people are organizing and bringing things together and trying to recognize the fact that all of us are doing the same things, but we're doing them in different places, right? And Robin has come up and said that we're all battling and looking at the same impacts and the same data sources that we need to collect and gather in one collaborative place. And working with organizations, universities, tribal nations, we're all doing at that level. But at the same time, we also have all of our individual tribal members, our grassroots people, our treaty people, our elders, our youth that are doing things individually. Like in Pine Ridge, I was just talking to a grandma that said the kids went and got themselves some seeds and created a community garden. That is battling climate change. They're distributing them vegetables and them goods to the elders in their communities. And I was talking to a man from Standing Rock, and he said that he teaches his kids about hunting. All of them have hunting, and he gives them cast iron and knives and stuff to be able to prepare and cook out in the field while they're hunting. That is battling climate change. That is supporting our community. That is supporting all of our community values and our way of life, and being able to give that food and support each other in that way. So each one of us are doing something. And how it came to, I was working with another member of our climate change group, and his name is Biagio Roba. That doesn't sound like a Sichanga name, but it is. He's from Sichanga. And we've been working on several projects ourselves. And one of the things that we've been talking about is we don't want anybody to freeze this winter. Flat out, we're running out of time. There's things that we need to do to keep people from freezing this winter. So we came up with a list. We need blankets, we need heating sources, we need temporary housing, we need temporary heating sources, we need heating stations, we need different, we need packs to give them energy if they're homeless, to make sure that they have the energy to get somewhere until they can stay warm. So there was a list of things that we wanted to do to make sure that they were going to be saved, that everybody was going to make it through this winter. And we had several people in our tribe doing different projects like blanket drives, clothing drives, winter clothing drives. And we had people who were opening up community centers for warming stations, but nobody was connecting. A lot of people weren't connecting, and they weren't recognizing the value of the resources in each other and their organizational skills. So we decided to create these project worksheets and project, how to try to get them to think of that in the same concept, so they can start to reach out and basically do like a Project 101 for them. So they won't forget to reach out to people, so they won't forget to advertise, so they won't forget to reach out to the other people in the community that possibly are doing the same exact thing, but they don't know about it because all they're doing is, oh, I'm creating a flyer. Everybody's going to see it and we're all going to do it. You know, that's not how a lot of things work in project development and grassroots organizing within the communities. So we created this worksheet and I shared it with our IT guy, and we're having some problems with it because it was created in a software that we're not sharing. So I'll just kind of read it. But so that's kind of the basics of how we came about this idea and how we want to share it with everybody in the room, because everybody is on reservations and you have so many resources. Like, for instance, in Pine Ridge, you have, I can't remember the name of it, but it's the homeless shelter over there, and it's run through a church, and they provide a lot of different resources for the communities. I went out and toured it, and so they bring together a lot of things because the people that are working there know of all the resources that the other people don't. So we decided there has to be a hub. You know, there has to be hubs on each reservation that people can go to. And it can't be tied to IRA. It can't be tied to the tribal college. It can't be tied to specific, you know, it has to be made available to everyone. You know, because people in the tribal college arena think that everybody's looking at that. Oh, tribal college is doing that. It's freely accessible. But that elder out in Wounded Knee or in Malk's camp is not seeing any of that. So the concept of information distribution has to be made more accessible. You know, we think when we say that we're getting information out. We're not really getting information out. We're just getting information out to our audience, whoever's in my arm's reach. So we need to broaden that scale. We need to think of ways where we can create hubs of information that are accessible to everybody. You know, we need to say, these are all the radio stations that the entire reservations listen to. Get information there and get it out. People hear it. You know, like on Facebook, you can only see stuff if you're part of a group, you know, or if you're friends with somebody, or, you know, so there's limited access there on social media, whether it's Instagram, Insta, you know, all the different social media. It's very limited. And some people just go to the post office and see a flyer and say, oh, they're giving out buffalo meat. You know, so there's so many different ways that we can do that. So Biagio and I, we started creating this location, and we created some boards so people can go look at them boards on different sites, and we shared them and created them on different locations on the internet. So people can go in and share their projects. They don't have to share who they are or who their audience is, or, you know, give confidential information out about the recipients, whether it be homelessness or people who need food, water, or clothing, you know, that kind of stuff. So we created these worksheets, and we kind of asked some really basic questions about the projects, so people can answer them in a basic way, and it's creating this database. So if someone in Pine Ridge is wanting to do a community garden, what are their resources? The people that are doing community gardens in other places have shared that project concept in that hub. And so that's what we're trying to do, is create a location, a hub, databases for people to organize their thoughts. And if they have an idea, they can go to that place and look and say, hey, here we go. You know, people in Pine Ridge did it. People in Rosebud did it. People in Standing Rock are doing it right now. And this is how they're reaching their people, you know, and it will give them ideas, foster, you know, development. You could leave your contact information if you would like to, so you can network with different people on different reservations so that you will have access to more ideas. So we're just trying to create that information flow without the identification of, oh, I work for IRA. Oh, I'm a non-Indian living on the res, but I still do this. You know, we're just trying to create that information going out because, you know, there's so much happening in the world that is against us. You know, from outside, the internal racism that we're facing everywhere, the discrimination and everything that we're now facing all the way up to the national and international levels, you know, we have to look at each other and we have to trust each other and we have to say, hey, it's time for us to help each other. And, you know, back in the day, the information was so limited. Now it's beyond our comprehension of how much information we can share with each other. And to me, the possibilities are endless, and the possibilities of us gaining so much more momentum and networking ability and information with each other right now is the time. You know, we have tribal colleges, we have the youth who are so very educated, you know, and they have the abilities to bring in that information and gather it. Like Robin was saying, we can create it and make, you know, foundations look at us. Right now, a foundation is not looking at a blanket drive, but we do need that. We do need food in the communities. We need that meat distributed. We need people ready to make a pot of soup for the people who need it in the communities. So this place that we're talking about, you know, I'm at the grassroots level, I'm at the community level, I'm at the place where grandmas are gonna say, hey, I need some potatoes. You know, I can find someone who give it to them, you know. And with these project worksheets, Biagio and I have developed a short webinar where you can just go and look at it at your convenience. You don't have to sign up. You don't have to create a login. You can just go to a location and click on it and say, oh, this is how I can organize my project in such an, you know, you don't need any money to do this. It's free information. So I was talking to Phil about this, and like I said, we can't get this up, but I do have the project worksheets listed as a PowerPoint. I also have them as Google Docs. I can email them out. Phil said that he would be happy to email them out, and we can start organizing with each other and sharing information and sharing the ideas from the projects by categories, you know, depending on what people share and how they share it. So that's one of the that's one of the things that, you know, we wanted to do at this Treaty Council meeting is have steps, have, you know, concrete areas to go to and how we can start to work together in a more concrete way. And so, you know, I won't be seeing you next December. I'm going to be seeing you every week until next December. Because with these project sheets, we're going to be more in communication. And the distance between us is going to grow shorter. you know, the distance between that information sharing is going to be so much shorter and quicker for us to get and share information. So that's one of the things I wanted to share. I can even just email it to you right now, you know, if you want that information. I had examples, and we even have one that says just how to help. You know, it's basic, how to help, what do I do, you know? And so we have so many different things that we've identified it at what you need for each project, action parts that each person needs to do. And we just all kind of basically developed this around, you know, trying to get people to stay warm this winter. So, you know, I'm sure that's been going through a lot of the leaders' minds in all of the communities, because I know there's so many communities with limited housing. We have overcrowded housing, and we have people sleeping in cars. We have people sleeping in structures. They need to be housed, and they need to be warm, and they need to be fed. So, you know, that's one of the ideas and how that's going. So, but if anybody wants more information on that, you know, Phil's going to be emailing everybody. If you did not share your email information with Phil, there's a sheet out there. You can put your email. I seen a lot of emails that were just real long scribbles. And so maybe you might want to put a more defined email address on there so we can get that information out to you. So that's all I got. So thank you.
Been a long day, long 3 days, you know, and we come to the end. I just wanted to make one comment, you know, I just wanted to say, men do not gossip. We only pass on information. So with that, we're getting ready to close. I just wanted to let, from my own personal view, I'm going to be 65 next year. I've done just about everything I can in my lifetime. You know, I practically almost have OLC's catalog. I graduated with many of the degrees there. I've done many things there. And one of the things that overall I found was that we really don't collaborate once we become academically trained. And that's what it is. We tend to hoard our information, and we tend to not go any further than that. And I've seen some of that. One of the things that's really important is that each TOSPI has the opportunity to present things in a mass media. And last year, with the help of Wild, we ended up, I told them about the concept of doing something from a Tiwahe level, is to try to develop a garden project with the material that was around. So I ended up getting a little funding from them, and I had my grandkids, because I went to organic gardening at the Oglala Lakota College when I first came, I ended up teaching them, and they were very successful this year, and they did it from that point of view. And that's the part that really important, that when you develop something with on a Tiwahe level and you start to become the teacher and an older teacher, you'll start to see that you are starting to help within your own Tiwahe. And at that point in time, you can go ahead and push. One of the things that, as I over the years that I've seen, we have a lot of nonprofits, various types, various activities, but they are structured. And sometimes that structure, they're professing to help the communities, but they're helping it from an administrative point of view. And so they're really confined to really go out. And I remember long ago, they call it the VESTA program. I was just, Adam said he was part of the VISTA program or something like that. And I said, I remember we used to have a lot of VISTA workers in the area. That's kind of a concept that a lot of us should start taking as teachers to go out. And if you really, for me, if we could really have individuals who take that concept and go out and teach what they've learned over the years, they will influence and have a deep impact throughout the community. But if you structure it and organize it, and you stay within the boundaries that you created, your organization, the end result is that's where you stay. You know, you really need. I see Manny. Yeah. Aho.
My name is Manny Earnhardt, Oyate Topa Treaty Council. I represent Hochwolju. I really learned a lot this year. I didn't go to sleep. I stayed awake. But there are some couple things that I wanted to say. When is our treaty people, when are we gonna get our education back? That's my question. We have to get our education back. The longer we wait, it's gonna be more difficult to get it back. And getting it back, what I mean is the education that they're not getting. There's a drum group over there, Okawichasha. That in itself is a whole lesson right there. And then we could go to Skawichasha school, college, master's, doctorate. We can do that and attain that in a Skawichasha school. But we can't get no degree in our Ikcherichasha ways. We have to live it to get that knowledge. And if we don't live it, we don't get it. There's no change. I was telling Renee, she's the only one with me, so I keep telling her things. There's no Wahonkukia today back home in Wakpawash there, I said. I had that when I was growing up, and I do that to my kids and grandkids, but I don't see it anywhere else. I think that needs to come back. We mentioned Teoshpai. Well, let's sit down and just get a Teoshpai organized and get it going.
Yeah.
All of you in here at one time belonged to a Teoshpai. Get it going. Because you know why? That is the foundation of the Titwa. And that is the foundation of Oceti Sakowin. So we have a lot of work to do. We talked about Teoshpais for about 20 years now. And we didn't get anywhere, but we need to do some action because the foundation, like I said, is the Teoshpai. Everything's included in the Teoshpai. Leadership, the drum group, there's a drum position in the Teoshpai, that staff keeper, all that, it's in there. And I think we have to do something with our language. Like I said Tuesday night, some of you weren't here, but I said, it's good the schools are teaching our young ones language. But let's start with the adults. Right there, let's begin with the adults. All of you should be in the Lakota language class. And you'll meet with your kids at the school. You'll be coming on this side and the kids will be coming on this side and you come like this and boom, you guys will meet in the middle. Guys will be talking Lakota and share all your knowledge. That would be great, right? Watch it. They were talking financial up here. I think access to capitalism, no, not capitalism, access to capital is a right that all of us should have in here. But some of us can't get that for some reason. You walk in the bank and they look at you somehow and, I can't help you, Mr. Earnhardt. Can't give you any of these Mother Scott. That has to change. And Phil talked about that. And I know he talked about bartering and things like that, but now everything, the prices of everything is going up, maybe twice as much now. All of you know that. And it's beginning to be like that dollar is not going to be worth anything. But what we have and what we could trade will be something we could do. And again, that happened to me. It's still there. Is it because my skin is different color? I don't know. Am I the only one that experiencing these things? Sometimes I think I am, you know. So, Paula brought out some good stuff. Back on our territory, there's disparity, big time disparity on Wakapawashte. Nobody cares to change those things. And there are some things that will never be addressed. Poverty, unemployment, those are never going to be addressed. I don't know how it is at your territory, but this is how it is at Wakapashte. And the greatest commodity that they talked about today was mini richoni. I asked my students, if the water's poison, what are we going to do? If that happens, you know what? I said, I'm not going to be here. You're the one that's going to have to solve this. Oh, we have some dams. Yeah, well, that's not going to last. And is the government going to give us bottled water? Oh, I don't know. But I try to make them think critically. Real life situations to us, come up with solutions at home. So I said, we have some springs, we could get water. I know about 3 springs back home. I don't think we have, we have wells, but I don't think we have an aquifer. 2 communities in the West End, we have artesian wells. We could utilize those. But it seems that we're not proactive until this situation or this problem falls right on your lap, and then we do something. But I think, and one last thing, this
high winds we have. In all my 60 years, 80 years of my life on this, I never experienced anything like this. Those high winds are tornadic winds. How could that happen? What's the explanation for that? Who can tell us why that happened? Is it going to happen again? And the position of the sun changed. When I was growing up, I don't know if you guys are noticing those things too, but the sun is way over here when it goes down. It was never like that. And things are changing, Mitakuyepi. We need to be aware of these things and try to address them, because you know who's gonna deal with these? Our children and our grandchildren. So, I want to thank you for the time and for you guys listening to me. And you guys are good listeners, I know that. I wonder where you guys went to school. So anyway, I want to thank you and Toksha ke wonya kaktelo.
Okay, I'll let you, Harold, go, and then we're going to start to go with a little giveaway. So go ahead.
I'll keep it brief, but I want to do the same thing what Manny's doing, closing it as a nacha itachu vatioshpaya. And I truly am a representative of Makula and Prute, Tioshpa and Wambly. I was talking to Tanshi, Dick Moosecamp, Jim Redwillow, Curtis Milk, Ernest Red Elk, relatives around there, and we're talking about putting a Tioshpa together and getting it back and back going again. And what Kolame said, that's true. Everything within we're talking, discussing and recommending here, it could be in a Tioshpa. I have one catch, one little glitch that I got to get over. And once I get that confirmed and explained and understood, then we can get it going. And there's a lot of money out there, and we have to look at that. It used to be buffalo, but now we have to look at the reality of Mazaska. I know my grandparents and grandmothers used to say, Mazaska ki hai, wakan yelo. It really is when you think about it. Money can really change a person, change your life, but it's a reality. So in the Tioshpa that we're talking about developing, we can do it, and we're going to do it. It's got to be done for survival. It's going to save our language, our culture, our governance, our societies, our rituals, our songs, our ceremonies, everything. But it's going to bring back Wakan. And sacredness is how we live our life. That's the spiritual existence of who we are. The science of white world is science. Our world is Wakan. We can do that, and we're going to build that. And I grew up doing that, sun dancing, Hamblechiang, fasting. Foodsco gave me my staff and said, take care of your Tiosh by 1979. So I started building that way. Uncle Oliver and then put a wapcha on me. Johnson, Holy Rock, all those old men, Steve Brings Plenty, or Vincent. So I have a responsibility that I'm going to partake in now. And I learned a lot today. Heard a lot of listeners. But like some of these guys that I was talking to in the back, they said it's a treaty meeting. How come we're not talking about treaty? And it's all relative, contiguous, and it's a part of it. But the reality we're missing is planning and the development and the implementation of those plans. So instead of doing it on a broad scale under nationhood and nation developing, I'm going to try to work it with my Tioshpai relatives and put the Tioshpai back together and get it functioning so our people can have an improvement in their quality of life. I really have some poor relatives, holy smokes, really live Ushika. So I'm going to do what I can to help out. And while I'm here, like And I know there's some witnesses here that know Teoshpai can be done. Manny was a part of that process. Mr. Broken was, Lexi was a part of that. But a lot of them have gone, a lot of them have left, but some of us still know how that goes. So I wanted to close with that. And I do have a lot of extensive research and knowledge on Teoshpai and what it does, what its purpose is, what it meant, how you develop the elements of it, Itacha, Whitman, Wakichuze, everything. So, we can do it, and I think a time has come. We need to, and I'm not going to tell you how you plan your sessions, but I'd like to make these recommendations because they're good ones that, a lot of people always talk about. I know I don't like using up a lot of your time because Windows got more education than me, so I'll leave it there. But the treaty song is a good song. They taught us that treaty song a long time ago. It said 1851 was Wopre, Suta Wopre Tranka. The 68 treaty is Akeshak Locha. All these things that were created for us were for the future. Okay, so let's develop one now for the future. And I was not informed or invited or requested. I could have brought my Teoshpai staff and set it up. I could have came in with my Wapcha because I'm a legitimate Itacha. I could have came in with my sash because I am a society member. But I'm being humble in my older years because nobody listens to me anymore. So with that, mitakuya pian petuleche liushkia wachianka pinalila woksa pe mayak upiunka ichante mawashte na iuhana pe chiglus papi na ta chi waglastos topiniecha washigla nawapcha wakipcha lohapiki wacheki chichapia wacheki chiapelo chamitakuya pian petukile yushkia Atachi apelo ho pilamayo lemia akil nojipi lemielo pilamayo.
Oh. Okay.
The last thing is to do an exit with the pipe and follow that.
Okay. We would like to give gifts for those that, as I call your name. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to be here as your Eapaha. I'm kind of glad no one cried on my shoulders. That's good. You know, that's a good sign. Everybody can stand on their 2 feet. I hope that, what's the thing? We also want to mention that as I get done, we'll have a few announcements at the end. Okay, Henry Quickbear. Are you here? Could you please come up and receive your gift? Rick Two Dogs, a representative of Rick Two Dog could come up and receive the gift. Richard Moosecamp, if he's here. Our representative can come pick up his gift. Claude Two Elk. Manny Ironhawk, come up and receive your gift from the Harry Little Thunder. Come up and receive your gift. Ivan Looking Horse, come up and receive your gift. Nick Elk Looks, come up and receive your gift. Philip Little Thunder, come up and receive your gift. Rose Stangstum, I think that's how I pronounce it. Rose, if you're here. Delano Claremont. Dwight Spotted Tail, come up and receive your gift. Pam Kilsenwater, come up and receive your gift. Friedman Fellis, come up and receive your gift. Alvin Bearheels, Senior, come on up and receive your gift. Emmanuel, we call him Bull. Creekside Singers, come up and receive your gift. The lead singer is here. Oh. Karen Little Thunder, could you please come up and receive your gift? Paul Soderman, could you please come up and receive your gift? Steve Newcomb, could you come up and receive your gift? Ruben Weston, come on up and receive your gift. Ben Young, come up and receive your gift. Ampo Jensen, come up and receive your gift. Vivian Delgado, come up and receive your gift. Krista Horvat, come up and receive your gift. Doug Krogo, come up and receive your gift. Reno Red Cloud, come up and receive your gift. Bob Newman, come on up and receive your gift. Monica Rattling Hawk, come up and receive your gift. Paula Antone, please come up and receive your gift. Bart Robinson, come up and receive your gift. Foster Conyor, come up and receive your gift. Joseph Glazing Wolf, come up and receive your gift. Oziapa Little Elk, come up and receive your gift. Mason Grimshaw, come up and receive your gift. Alicia Swimmer, come up and receive your gift. Gwen Bridge, come up and receive your gift. James Rattling Leaf, come up and receive your gift. And Robin O'Malley, this time they had your name on it, so come and receive your gift. Velma Killsback, could you come up and receive your gift? Also, in an announcement as they were getting their gift, the 150th Little Bighorn meeting is here on the 20th. So that's Saturday. Could you please come and join the meeting? $1:00. Don't be late. I'm going to change your name, Indian name, to always late. Oh.
Wendell Yellowboo, come on up.
Go down. I used to say, don't go to the pawn shop. Huh?
Velma Killsback.
Not here. Called her name. You know, when we talk about economic development, I just wanted to mention that. My daughter said that to me. He said, Dad, how come you have all these cars around your house? Why don't you get rid of them? I said, well, there's a sentimental value to them. And I know each and every one of them. So, boy, you could make a lot of money. And if you look around, and it's all common that all over our reses, all of them have cars around their houses, a lot of them too, you know, and you go up there and you say, you want to sell it? Oh, I don't think so. And well, how long did you have it? I had it about like 25 years. It's been sitting in the same spot. Means a lot to me. You know, so those are the things that, yeah. I really need a part. Well, I don't know.
The rest.
Okay, they're going to pass out the rest, so. Smile, everyone. No stoic. Smile. After this, we're gonna have the exit song, and we're gonna get ready to take the pipe and the staff out, and that'll be the conclusion of the treaty conference. Standing Rock. I was just thinking about today when they brought the Tatanka part of the panel. I was expecting that buffalo meat to come and be passed out, but I guess it wasn't today. You know, oh, could have been eating T-bone buffalo steak or a roast. I just wanted to, I know that our sessions were long. I know we took a lot of time. but that's just the way it is sometimes. And I hope that as we get more people to really kind of hone down when you next year, kind of, if you got something, be a presenter, let Phil know, let you be a presenter.
Can I ask for a round of applause for Phil and Wendell and their amazing team who made up for
Always remember, Phil's older than I am. You go away with anything, he is older than I am.
I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for coming this year, and especially the drum group, Emmanuel and Creekside, and my Alpaha, Wendell, Yellowbull, the keeper of the Red Cloud Pipe, and big thank you for allowing us to work with Machpia Luta's Chanupa. It's very significant to us because we used the Chanupa. It was present at the treaty signing that we take our work very seriously and very sacred. So I hope you feel the same way. And let's continue on. I think you're going to see some major achievements, anyways, this year. And getting ready for the next U.S. Congress and to move forward some, we have to play this Washichu game of moving some bills to regain some of our treaty rights back to us, and hopefully keep working on the return of treaty lands, and hopefully get funding for the treaty councils so that they will have their own base of operations. They don't have funding, so we're gonna remember pchetaomniche.org, our new nonprofit organization, to go after grants and things like that for all of our work. Anything from showing the Oyate how to build homes with interlocking compressed earth bricks, to building a bison economy, and building traditional healing centers, all kinds of things we can do. Restoring the bison herds on the reservation. We're going to introduce some tribal laws on each reservation that will give the bison a return to their homes. So there's a lot of work to be done.
I just wanted to comment about the Chanupa. We took it on the 150th treaty, and when we walked in with it, the American flag was there, and as we got closer, the American flag fell on the ground. So it kind of said, we defeated you. I don't know why you have your flag here, you know? So.
A big thank you to Crystal Tubus and Honor the Earth for all her help and continuous support. Thank you, Crystal.
Also, we want to mention Jen. She really helped us out a lot, you know, kept Bill in line and gave me an opportunity where I had a little concern, so helped me. I think it's really, give her a hand, take a bow. Also, Wopila Tonka to the sponsors, Sichangu, Lakota Oyate, Wild, Honor the Earth, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, the Oglala's, the Hunkpapas, and this little thing here called, I don't know what that is, code. So think about all the people that put this together for each and every one of you to attend. And it's really important. Remember, the treaty is a peace agreement. And that peace agreement was a group of people who collectively came together and forced the peace between two nations, the Teoshpai system and the United States. We met them on the battlefield and they sued for peace. Always remember that. Treaty is just a document, but it was us who came together, survivors of the Holocaust, I would say. We've been given great responsibility to carry that on. So with that responsibility is that we need to start reorganizing. I've always said this. You told us that we had to learn your ways. You told us that we had to learn your language. We have now. Now it is our turn to relearn and re-educate ourselves. It's our own way in our own life. I'll leave you with that. I hope we're going to have that exit song.
I'd like the Treaty Council to come out and let's bring this meeting out, and council members, chiefs, nachas, lecha una, lena ya kinub haktilo. And support your tioshpai and select a chief, nacha. Work on it, and maybe we'll have some more chiefs next year. Please organize yourselves, and let's work on unifying the Oceti Sakowin and to bring back traditional Lakota governance. That should do it. Okay.